What does that mean? We need direction to pass on to the jail.
Well, then they should sit there until the next merge date, right?
Yeah. After spending a few days in there, she made us decide to pay up.
Well, you want to do? Just set it on our next merge date. If they want to sit there until then, it's up to them. Ready as we'll ever be.
All righty. Let's get the jury.
Judge, there was something the defense wanted to address prior to the jury being brought down.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi, I was about to call you down, but one little matter. It'll just be a couple minutes. I'll be calling back.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Attorney Birdsall will be making the record.
Judge, we just want to make a record about, excuse me, the analyst Treffinger that would testify Friday afternoon. And you remember we had a big, skirmish, I guess, about her extra testimony that we weren't on notice of. So we didn't cross her on the bleach and what else?
Her opinions about
the crime scene investigation, because we would have wanted to consult with an expert, but we just didn't want there to be some question from this record about why that wasn't done. That's all.
Did you want to say anything, Mr. Griffey?
I just want to say that I believe I found a case that is can be only cited for persuasive value. It's an unpublished opinion from 2013. It's State versus Gimino, Gimino, at 347 Wisconsin 2nd, 550. That's all I wanted to put in the record.
347, 550.
Yep. Again, just for persuasive value.
I understand. I would say this. In the event that this issue survives the outcome of the trial. I think that I would expect the defense during a break, something to get underway with trying to get a search for evidence that might undermine the evidence given on behalf of the state. I'm not saying that would make a difference, but I would say if you arrive at a much later date and contend that the ruling was incorrect, I would think you would need to come armed with evidence that you had attempted to get contrary evidence assembled before the jury goes to verdict. And that's all I'll say.
Okay. All I would remark on that is that it's very difficult to find and retain experts. That's why we want to do it far in advance of trial. That's why we want notice. It's kind of hard in the heat of the battle to find the time to do that, or the resources now.
Yeah, I made the observation,
I understand.
and I did give some thought to this over the weekend, and I'm comfortable with where we're at now, but I understand that you're not, and I'm just saying that if you suddenly arrived here tomorrow or Wednesday and said, here's what this expert says, which is contrary to that which is now in evidence, that would cause me to do some more thinking on the subject. Okay? All right.
One other small thing, and I did alert Mr. Gravely to this, is that going forward now during the direct examinations, excuse me, I'll be handling the objections and arguments on that, and then Ms. Mueller will be handling the cross-examination, just so that's not a surprise.
Okay. Okay. All right. Anything else before we start?
No.
Okay, I told him 2 minutes and only about 5.
Yes.
The moment has come.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. I hope everyone had a wonderful weekend and that we have a great week this week. And let's continue with the state's case.
Your Honor, the state calls Officer Jeff Van Lee to the stand.
Please, the
June case on the calendar. You're still under oath.
Should I begin, Your Honor?
Please do.
Officer Van Wee, can you please state your first and last name and spell your last name for the record?
Jeffrey Van Wee, V-A-N, capital W-I-E.
How are you employed?
The City of Kenosha Police Department
How long have you been so employed?
for 20 years.
And during that 20-year time period, what has been your basic job?
I've been a patrol officer on various shifts, third shift and day shift for the most part.
At some point during your career, did you take on additional duties other than simply patrol?
Yes.
And how long have you done those additional duties?
I've been a field training officer for approximately 17 years and an evidence technician for 16 years.
What is an evidence technician?
Evidence technician responds to crime scenes in order to examine those scenes for evidence, as far as obtaining fingerprints or DNA or just collecting evidence.
And have you been doing that continuously for those 16 years that you've indicated?
Yes.
Okay. And what sort of training did you have to receive to be a person who was allowed to be an evidence technician with the Kenosha Police Department?
I went through a school for 80 hours in 2006.
And what did, in general, what was the coursework that caused you to be qualified as an evidence technician?
It covers everything from scene management to scene processing of evidence to photography.
And at this point in your career, do you have any specific duties other than patrol that you do now?
I'm currently the forensics examiner for the Kenosha Police Department.
And when did you get that role?
It was in August of last year.
And what does that mean to be the forensic examiner for the Kenosha Police Department?
I oversee the evidence technicians for the Kenosha Police Department and the forensics program. I'm also on standby or on call, if you will, for any major crime scenes that may occur. And I have other duties which include processing evidence for detectives or other cases involved they may need follow-up on.
So you indicated you oversee the evidence technicians. If you know how many Kenosha Police Department evidence technicians does that mean you oversee?
We currently have 26.
And so do you do normal patrol duties any longer, or is this evidence work that you've just discussed your primary, or is that your major duty at this point?
It's my major duty.
Have you received any advanced certification and as part of now becoming the forensic examiner for the Kenosha Police Department?
Throughout my career as an evidence technician, I've attended various schools for advanced skill set.
I want to specifically focus for a minute on bloodstain pattern analysis. Have you received advanced certification through any kind of coursework in that regard?
Yes, I have.
And when did you receive that, if you know?
In 2021.
And what was that?
It's a bloodstain pattern analysis class. It was 40 hours of advanced training in order to determine bloodstains and how bloodstains are projected on different areas or different targets.
Who was conducting that training in general?
It was Forensic Pieces is the name of the organization.
And was this a 40-hour course that was focused on law enforcement officers?
Law enforcement, and also it could be civilians that were in the field of doing evidence work.
And did you complete that 40-hour course then?
Yes.
So prior to that course, had you had experience in the field where you had come across bloodstain patterns and had to think about what am I preserving, how am I going to preserve this, and also what other law enforcement decisions have to be made as a result. Is that something you've come across prior to May of 21?
Yes, many times.
And in your course, would this be a fairly common task within this evidence tech assignment that you had had previously?
Yes.
In the course of your career, so from 06 when you received evidence tech training to today's date, do you have a general estimate on how many times you have gone to a scene where there was blood and you had to make basic decisions about what to preserve, what it meant, and then what to do next as law enforcement?
Yes, it'd be a very large number. I'd say definitely in the hundreds, if not more.
Pursuant to your evidence tech duties, did you come to be assigned to come to a scene on May 19, 2020, located at 3709 15th Street, Apartment B?
Yes.
And was that before or after you had attended this advanced certification for blood stain pattern analysis?
That was before.
Okay. After having received that advanced certification, were you asked to take a look at what had happened at the scene on May 19th, 2020, and form some opinions about what those blood stain patterns might mean?
Yes.
And when you offered those opinions, what, if anything, can you say about whether you had been a personal observer to the stains and the blood back on May 19th of 2020?
On May 19th, I was at the scene. I observed firsthand all the bloodstains that were at the residence at the scene. And then also a year later, when I went to this bloodstain school, I went back and looked through the photos that I took in order to determine evaluate those stains further.
Now, in terms of any opinions you offer today, have you testified as an expert in that regard prior to today?
No.
Okay. So I want to turn your attention back to May 19th, 2020, and ask you about what time did you first come to that location?
I was off that day, and I was called in by my supervisor, and I believe it was around 1 or 2 o'clock when I got called in.
And do you know why you were called in the context of what your duties were at that time?
I was a lead evidence technician for the department.
And so when you were called in, did you arrive at the scene?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what the weather was like?
I know it had been raining out previously.
When you got there, were other law enforcement already there?
Yes.
From the outside, briefly describe what it looked like when you arrived.
When I arrived, there was crime scene tape that was already in place. There were officers and detectives and supervisors were on the scene.
I'm going to show you it's been marked as State's Exhibit number 1, photo number 1, and ask if you recognize what this is a picture of dating back to May 19th, 2020.
Yes.
Okay.
That is when I arrived. That's the north side of the 3709 15th Street.
And at this location, when you got there, what did you do first?
I consulted with my supervisor and the lead detectives as far as what occurred.
I believe the judge has a pointer. Judge, can we borrow your pointer?
Yes.
And he also has a handheld microphone, which I believe he will give you.
So,
Officer, you mentioned crime scene tape. If you see any of that in picture number 1, could you proceed over to the exhibit and just point that out for the jury?
yes.
We can't hear you, officer.
This yellow tape that you see right here, and I'll come across this way.
Okay. And officer, is that how you would expect the crime scene tape to be sort of in general utilized at a scene like this when you arrive?
Yes.
Okay, you can have a seat again. So when you are working as an evidence tech as opposed to the first on the scene set of officers, do you have a separate duty than the first officers who'd be on scene?
Yes, I do.
And so how does your duty distinct from theirs?
My duty would be to conduct the evidence work, so crime scene management, as far as evaluating what kind of evidence we have on the scene to determine what needs to be processed.
And that would not be the duty of the original patrol officers who arrived?
Correct.
Okay.
Let me interrupt if I might. When the witness went on the stand, I remembered him having been sworn, which he was, but
Yes.
not in this trial. It was,
Sure.
It was another hearing. And so I'm going to give you, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. And has all the testimony you have given thus far today been true and correct to the best of your knowledge, I believe?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any question about this?
We'll make the record that we're not going to have the state go back and redirect Officer Van Wee on everything that he's previously testified to. That would just be ludicrous. But I do too just want to make the record that although that was a separate hearing in so much as that the jury wasn't here, that was still after the trial had commenced. That was an afternoon after, I believe, our first day. So the defense has no issue with the state continuing, and if the officer is comfortable with the stipulation, we would stipulate that his previous testimony should have been accepted as if it was under an oath.
This morning?
Correct, this morning.
Yeah.
Okay, that's why I asked him that follow-up question.
Because we had already commenced, I'm not sure any of that was absolutely necessary, but it was a good cautious approach. But
Well, I'll tell you what happened is when he came on the stand, I thought, oh, I sworn him in the other day. And that's pretty typical that they'll say you've already been sworn and the oath continues to apply. And then the reporter mentioned that he hadn't been sworn. And it dawned on me that insofar as in the presence of the jury, he had been. So that's explains it. And any question? Okay, so they've stipulated that it is as if he had been promptly sworn this morning. And I do also agree that it probably wouldn't make any difference because he has been sworn in the context of this case. But you know, we lawyers want to cover everything. So, all right.
all right. So for the record, we are also stipulating. So
Yes, and I apologize for the my error. And go ahead.
So Officer Mann, when you arrived at the scene, you consulted with detectives. Did you have an opportunity to see the front of the residence that was not, where your viewpoint was not blocked by vehicles as it is in picture 1?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you now what's been marked as Exhibit 1, Photograph 2, and ask you, is that a less obstructed view of the same location?
Yes, it is.
And if you can you point out for the jury where any entrance to apartment 1B is located on this exhibit, again, if you know.
Yes. So this door right here is the common entry door, and then this door right here is the sliding glass door, the patio door for apartment 1B.
And ultimately, did you observe the area that was essentially taped off in case anybody wanted to monitor any evidence?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as picture number 1. I'm sorry, Exhibit 1, picture 3, and ask you, does that Is that a viewpoint that gives you a good idea of the area that was taped off?
Yes.
Is it a true and accurate depiction of the area around 1B's sliding door area?
Yes, it is.
Now, ultimately, did you go inside the main entrance door that we see depicted on all three of these pictures?
Yes.
And when you went inside that, can you describe briefly what happens when you go inside the hallway? You can sit back down, sorry.
Yes, so I walked inside the hallway, and on apartment 1B, I saw dried red fluid stains all on the door itself and around the door.
When you walk in, where is apartment 1B's door in relation to this front entrance?
When I walked in, it would be immediately to the right. There's a staircase, and then there's the apartment 1B door.
Is it on the first or the second floor?
On the first floor.
So is it the very first right? Is that 1B?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you now what's been marked as Exhibit 1, Photograph 4, and ask you, do you recognize what that is a picture of in the context of this case?
Yes, that is apartment 1B, the exterior door.
Is that the door you've spoken about already?
Yes.
Is that the stairwell you just brought up?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So what is the vantage point of this picture, if you know?
It's just showing everything in context as far as the stairwell, the mailboxes, and the apartment 1B door.
Where's the photographer at the point? Where's the photographer standing at the point this picture is taken?
A few feet inside the main entrance door.
So this is your view when you see the main entrance door?
It's a couple feet inside, yes.
Okay. When you looked at the area around the door at apartment 1B, you immediately saw some things that caused you concern?
Yes.
And did you, when looking at those, have an opinion as to what those items were in relation to you being concerned?
Yes.
What was your opinion about what you might be seeing?
There appeared to be blood on the exterior door and door frame and the walls around the door.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 1, Picture or Photo 5. Does this picture begin to depict the what you've identified as something that appeared to you to be blood stains?
Yes, it does.
Okay, could you approach this and simply point out for the jury the places you saw something you thought appeared to be blood?
Yes. So all of these darker stains you see on the red door, all of these stains here are, I suspected, were blood stains.
There's a number of those. Did you count them all?
I did not.
Is in this photograph, were you attempting to depict them in a broad view?
No.
Okay. Do you recognize, based on your training and experience, that type of blood stain?
Yes.
Okay. What is that type of blood stain?
Impact spatter.
And if you could, I'm going to ask that you sit back down for just a second. You're going to be doing a lot of this. I apologize. Can you explain to the jury, when you use the phrase impact spatter, what do you mean?
So impact spatter is when there's some kind of force which impacts on liquid blood. So force would hit the liquid blood and it would disperse into small blood drops and it would just scatter out onto a surface.
So what sort of object causes that sort of blood spatter?
It's either blunt force trauma or gunshots.
What is blunt force trauma? So that the jury.
Blunt force trauma would be somebody getting struck with some kind of object like a bat or a hammer or some sort.
And what, if anything, can you say about whether those kind of impact stains that you're talking about would occur when someone is originally struck, or does the surface already have to be bloody for this impact to occur. Does that make sense?
Yes.
If a person's not bleeding, would we see this? Or is it, hold on, or is it after someone is bleeding?
There would have to be liquid blood, so somebody would have to have blood on them in order to cause this.
And based on what you see in this area of the hallway on the door and any other area in this immediate area, can you form an opinion based on your training and experience about how many blows would have to occur onto that bleeding surface?
My training would indicate two, at least two, I should say, a minimum of two. The first one, normally when somebody gets struck a first time, that's what causes the bleeding. And then the second time is where that blood would actually come off that person and disperse.
And are you able to tell, based on the evidence in the immediate vicinity of the outer door of 1B and in the hallway, whether this door was open or closed at the time of these initial blows that you've described so far?
Judge, I'm going to object that this goes against the prior ruling that he can't talk about sequence of events.
Well, and I think
Well, I'm not talking about sequence. I'm asking whether you can tell if somebody is outside.
There's speculation involved.
It's not, and I can
I
explain
think
why.
there is.
Okay,
All right, but we'll have our first
Sure.
5-minute break of the day. Let's go in the library just for a second. Don't talk about the case, and if you need to go upstairs for a second, you can, but we'll be back with you shortly, I'm sure. Pretty sure.
Judge, the basis on which he would be able to answer the question, which was, is the door open or closed in that outer, that outer door, is because in the interior of the door jamb, which is not something that's visible inside, there is blood that's in the interior, which can only happen if a door is open. So the door opens inside. If the bleeding or the impact occurred while you were inside the apartment, the door blocks it, so the jamb is only visible in the outer hallway when the door is open because it opens in. So his basis of opinion, it has nothing to do with testing or anything, it's that if you have blood in that interior door jamb, the only way that can happen is if the bleeding, that the spatter happens in the hallway, and the door must be open enough so that that door jamb is visible. That's it. That door jamb is not visible from the interior.
My recollection of the state's question was not of that nature. It was more so of how many blows had happened prior to that happening. It was more of then a sequence and then asking I can't remember it verbatim, but then it was calling for a speculation on a series of events. I think that a proper question based on our prior ruling with Officer Van Wee would be, what other stains did you observe? I observed stains in the interior door jamb. And did you make an opinion about that? But trying to tie in all of the stains that we can see in this area and then asking for a sequence of events should not be permitted based on the court's prior ruling.
And that's the exact point, or last point is the one that I was concerned about. Did the question relate to specific areas where blood was located, or was the question specific to the door jamb area?
The question that I asked that was objected to, probably because counsel is anticipating I ask a sequence question, but I had not done that. My question was, is the, essentially the question is, can you tell whether the whether these blows that you've talked about so far occurred with the door open or closed in the hallway?
Right.
Okay? Because he can do that definitively because of the door jam evidence.
But
He
the
can't
problem is
say
you
what
have-
order things happen in
I
public.
beg pardon?
He can't say what order things happen in. He can only say, as to these stains I see out in the hall, the door had to be open.
But there are an array of stains, some of which are in the door jamb, and that is apparently the focus of your question.
Right?
But there is additional material that appears to be blood on the outside of the door, which could have occurred prior to the opening of the door. Or if the door had been shut sometime in the...
But they had to occur in the hallway.
That's speculation.
I'm not going to disagree with that, but I
Okay.
think you need to reformulate your question as to what exact blood you're talking about.
Yeah, I tried to, but I will do it again.
Well, maybe I missed it.
Yeah.
But, all right.
I meant to, so I will certainly do it
And
again.
maybe you did, and I missed it, I don't know. But let's ask the jury to come back in. Be seated. All right, I've asked Mr. Gravely to rephrase the question, to tweak it a little bit, so go ahead.
Officer Van Wee, what, if any, evidence did you see of blood stain patterns that would lead you to conclude that the door was opened when a impact occurred in the hallway?
I'm going to object to speculation that the stain that we see in the door jamb was caused by being in the hallway.
It cannot occur from inside.
Well,
There's only two
you know
choices.
what? That's argumentative. It really is. That when we talked about argumentative,
It is an opinion that he can express based on his training and experience about where it's located.
I don't think it's really an expert question at all, frankly. It's a common experience of mankind and humanity. Humanity. And that's why it's actually argumentative. Why don't you give it another tweak?
Officer Van Wee, as to the door at apartment 1B, does it open outward into the hallway or inward into the apartment?
Inward into the apartment.
And based on your observation, what, if anything, can you tell us about when the door is opened, whether the interior door jamb of that door is visible or not visible from the hallway?
If the door opens up, the door jamb it's visible from the hallway and then from the threshold of in between the apartment or right just inside the apartment door.
And if you are inside the apartment, is the door jamb visible at all?
the further you go into the apartment, then the less you would be able to see that door jam.
And was there blood, was there any blood that you noticed on the interior door jamb?
Yes.
What, if anything, can you say, based on your training and experience, about whether blood could be located on that, or where a person who experienced an incident where their blood, where there was an impact blood stain, would they, where would they have to be located for their blood to end up on the interior door jamb?
There would be somewhere, as long as that door, when the door's open, as long as the end of that door doesn't block that blood from getting to that door jamb. So from outside or directly inside of that door space, or a little bit inside the apartment.
Okay, I'm going to show you now what's been marked as Exhibit 1, photograph 6. Is this a close-up and another view of some of the same stains?
Correct.
Anything of significance here in terms of your observations?
Just that its impact spatter.
And this is just another view of that same impact spatter?
Correct.
Okay, now I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 1, photograph 7. Is this a little further up on the door?
Correct.
And what, if any, significance is there of this?
It also shows the impact spatter.
Okay, so when you say impact spatter, are you referring to an opinion that that would be blood?
Yes.
Okay, and so there's a number of dark sort of spots on this and the other photographs. What, if anything, can you say about whether those spots are what you're referring to in terms of blood spatter?
The darker, small circular stains on the door are what I'm referring to.
Then I'm going to show you what's been marked as photo 8 from Exhibit 1. Is this now almost to the very top of the door, so even a higher view?
Correct.
Okay, and what does this show of any significance?
The same, that it's the impact spatter stain.
So that proceeded up to the very top of the door?
Correct.
I'm going to show you now what's been marked as Exhibit or photo 9 of Exhibit 1. Any new significance to this, or is it just a further view of the same blood spatter?
Further view is showing it going a little bit more to the side of the door.
Okay. Now Exhibit 1, photograph 10.
And same thing, just the impact spatter.
Okay, I'm going to go down to Exhibit 1, photograph 14, and ask you if that, what that's a picture of.
That's the exterior doorknob of apartment 1B.
And is that all it's meant to depict?
And you can also see the impact spatter above and below the doorknob and the lock.
Can you point that out to us?
Yes. You can see the small circular stains that are all over in here, and even below the lock and in this area.
Right, I'm now going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 15, or photograph 15 of Exhibit 1. Is that a vantage point you recognize as well?
Correct. It's another photo of the impact spatter on the exterior door.
Okay, can you point out to the jury on this picture where those impact spatters are that you're speaking of?
Yes. Same, we're looking at the darker, small circular stains that are on the exterior of the door. So you can see them going all the way up in all these little darker spots that you see.
So, officer, about center of that, near the bottom third, there appears to be a sort of a wavy line there. Is that something of significance? Yep.
Talk about this?
Yep.
I do not believe so. I'd have to look at it from a different angle.
You're not attaching any significance to that?
I am not.
Okay. I'm going to show you now what's Exhibit 1, photo 19. And what area does this depict, if you know?
Sure. That is on the west side of the door, and stains that are both, you can see both on the wall here, and then you can see stains coming on the wall on this side here.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as photograph 21. Ask if this is is that the same area?
Yes, it is.
The photograph captures it a little better.
Correct.
Okay, so one more time, describe what you're seeing here.
Again, I'm seeing stains that are both on the wall here. This wall right here would be the same as far as like the way it's facing, the same way as the door. So it's facing to the east. So this wall is the east wall, and then the door is facing east, and then this side right here is to the north. So you have a north and then the east side, which both displays blood.
And the door opens in.
Correct.
So an open door would not block this area at all in terms of any blood spatter. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it appears that these have like a tail, or they have some movement to them. Is there anything different about the characteristics of these than the dots that we were seeing on the door earlier?
Yes. So tails, when you have stains like this, the tails that you see here, we're going to call all these lines that come off the blood-stained tails. They show the direction that the blood is traveling. So in this case here, the blood was traveling downward here, and then over here at angles and downward all over here. So all these tails are indicative of the actual direction of travel.
And if you know, why on the door aren't there similar tails?
It has to do with both the amount of blood that was deposited here as compared to the door, and the fact that these were down at an angle. When somebody is struck at a higher speed straight on, it's going to be small circular stains. The more of an angle those stains get deposited on the surface, then the more you're going to start seeing that more of an oval shaped stain as opposed to being round, and the tails on the stains.
I'm going to show you now photograph 24 of Exhibit 1. Is this lower or higher on the door, if you can tell?
This is about the mid door.
Okay. And what, if anything, do you see here of significance?
Same thing, you're seeing these stains that have tails and directionality to them, which are both on the east and the north walls.
And what, if anything, does the directionality tell us other than what you've already testified to? Anything else?
No.
Okay. I'm going to show you now what's been marked as Exhibit 1, Photo 25. Are we now at the bottom of that door frame?
Yes, we are.
Go ahead.
So this is the bottom of the door. As you can tell by the door plate at the bottom. And then same thing, you can see that the stains are on the walls, lower down.
Okay, now I'm going to ask you to turn your attention to photograph 26. Is this is this picture of the door opened?
Yes, it is.
Have you or individuals with you opened the door to cause this photograph to be able to be taken?
Yes.
Originally, when the door was closed, was there something you were not able to see that after you opened the door, you were able to note?
Yes.
And what was that?
So this white is the door jamb, and in the door jamb, there are blood stains like right here, and then you can see some down in here. These stains could only be deposited if this door was in the open position.
And are they only visible then when the door is open as well?
Correct.
So I'm going to show you now what's photo 27. These are all Exhibit 1. So photo 27. Is this a close-up and a slightly different angle of the same area?
Yes, it is. You can still see the blood stains on the door right here and then down in this area right here.
And you had previously shown us in the door frame a series of blood spatter stains with tails. Are those partially visible in this picture as well?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Is there a piece of tape or paper that's in the middle of Exhibit 27 there?
Yes.
And who put that there, if you know?
Officer Widener.
And why is that?
Just taking a scaled photo of the blood that's on this wall right here, and then the arrow just pointing downward to show direction.
Okay, I'm going to show you now what's been marked as photo 28. Does that have some additional depiction of that interior door frame?
Correct. It's a closer picture of the door, in the door jamb, of the blood, I should say, in the door jamb.
Okay. And is that the area you've testified is not visible if the door is closed?
Correct.
To your knowledge, your training experience, is there a way that blood could be located there if the door was closed?
No.
Okay. And what is the stain or pattern that you see in that door jamb? So what is that, and what does it show you?
I'm not making a determination as to how this stain right here was deposited, only to say that you can see how there's a little bit of flow to it, and it's where it's kind of drying up here and a little more solid down in this area.
Officer, sometimes when you speak in the mic, we lose a little bit of it. So can you say that one more time and just be as clear as you can?
Okay, so I'm not going to make a determination on how the stain was deposited on the surface, but I will say that you can see how the stain flows in a downward where it's drying up here and it's a little more solid down here.
Okay, now I'm going to ask you to take a look at photo 29. So is the door jamb also in the middle in this picture?
Yes, yes.
All right, so it looks like you have three different surfaces here: door jamb, door, and then wall, right, or door frame?
Correct.
Okay, so could you go through each one and just describe what you see there?
Sure. So as stated earlier, these are the oval stains that you see, and you can see how they line up, and they have the directionality of falling into a downward position. So,
okay, and let me stop you. And those are impact pattern?
correct.
Okay, go ahead.
So this stain here also has the same similarities as these stains over here, to where you can see the oval stain here and then the tail coming off of that oval. And you can also see that they're all, if you drew lines going up, at some point up there, they would all converge.
Okay, and I showed you something that you took a look at in picture 28 just before this. Is this a different part of the door jamb that we're looking at now?
It's lower on the door.
It's lower, so it's not the same location. We haven't seen this location in a photo.
Correct.
Is this an impact pattern?
Yes, it is.
Okay, on the door jamb?
Yes.
Okay. Is that an impact pattern that you believe could occur if the door was closed?
No.
Is it an impact pattern that could occur if the door was open and a person was in the interior of the apartment?
No.
Okay. And then the last part is the door itself. Are those depictions of the same blood spatter that we have seen previously in other pictures of the door?
No.
Okay. So what part of the door are we looking at here?
We're looking at the lower part of the door, closer to the ground, and then the corner of it, and then you can see also these stains are consistent with both direction and as these stains over here.
So do they appear to you to be the same impact?
Yes, they do.
All right, I'm going to show you now what is photo 30 of Exhibit 1. Is this a different location in the three areas that we see?
It's above where we were just looking at.
Okay? And what, if anything, do you conclude from these three areas? Again, door jamb, door frame, and door.
The same where you have the door jamb, the door, and then the wall. And you can also see on this photo, you can see more of the stains on the door that have the directionality. So these stains are coming down, hitting the door, down, hitting the jamb, and also here. And same if you see that they all line up. So there's an area, if you went upward and put a line through all these, it would converge somewhere up there.
So the impact, are these all impact stains?
Yes, they are.
And so as for the impact stains on all three surfaces, do they appear to you to be the same impact blow?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Then I'm going to show you what's been marked as photo 31. As to 31, is that a different angle but a good view of the door jamb, the stain that you've already talked about?
Yes.
Okay. And then as to 32, is that an even more close-up of the stain in the door jamb that you've already testified to?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else that you noted that you thought was of importance in the outer hallway, outer door, or door frame or door jamb from the outside of the apartment?
Just the fact that there was impact spatter stain on the door, and then on both sides of the door, and then in the actual door jamb itself.
And so far you've indicated that you observed what you believe is at least 2 blows based on what you've talked about.
Correct.
Okay. After having observed this area in the hallway area, did you proceed into the apartment as well at some point?
Yes.
And did you observe things within the apartment that also caused you concern?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Let me turn your attention then to Exhibit 1, Photo 34. And if, in general, can you tell me what this area is if you recognize it?
So that is the inside of the door of apartment 1B, the door we were just looking at in the hallway. This is the inside of it. And then you can see all these dark circular stains all over the wall and all over the door, which are consistent with impact spatter.
Okay, and so this is the door closed?
Correct.
So where is the photographer approximately located when they take this picture?
Probably about 4 or 5 feet away inside the apartment.
Okay. And if I go into the sort of open doorway off on the side there, what room am I going into? On the what would be on the right of the exhibit?
Inside of here is the kitchen area.
Okay. What room are we in from our vantage point looking at this door?
The living room.
Okay. So now I'm going to turn your attention to photo 35. What else does this show us in terms of pieces of furniture that we may be focused on or area of the apartment that we might be focused on? What additional things can we see at this vantage point?
So this photo, you can see that this floor mat here, you can actually see the outline on the floor of where it used to be. And then if you look, you can see the little circular stains from the impact spatter on the wall. There are actually impact spatter stains on the wall behind this, which would indicate that this floor mat was moved to that position after those stains had arrived there.
And then what is the piece of furniture in general that we see on the right side of the exhibit against the wall?
It's a gray table or cabinet.
And what is the black piece of furnishing that's on the left end of the exhibit?
But this is a couch in the living room.
Now I'm going to turn your attention to exhibit photo 36. So is this that same door?
Yes.
Okay, could you point out what, if anything, you see that causes you to reach any conclusions in photo 36?
The same, there are the circular red stains that you see all over the door are consistent with impact spatter.
And then on the far right of this exhibit? Is there something that you can see as well?
It's another stain.
Okay.
A blood stain right there.
Are the stains that we see in this picture, is it your opinion those are blood based on what you have seen in this case?
Yes, it is.
And are those impact stains?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so are they a distinct blow from the blows that you've talked about so far that were where we talked about the hallway and outer door evidence, or could they be the same blow as you've already talked about?
These stains are similar to the stains that you saw on the exterior of apartment 1B door.
Okay, similar meaning that they could be the same blow or not?
Not the same blow, the same pattern.
Okay, but my question is, could they be the same blow?
They could not.
Okay, so this is a different impact.
Correct.
And this one, based on where this is located, is the evidence is in the interior of the apartment?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm going to ask you now to take a look at photo 37. Is this even closer up for a portion of the door?
Yes, this is showing the mid door and then lower down on the mid door, the impact stains that are all, you can see.
There's a number of them throughout the photo.
Correct.
Now I'm going to show you photo 38. Is this the top of that door?
Correct.
What is of significance here?
The same, you can see the impact spatter stains both on the door, on the wall, and above the door.
Okay. So, officer, you've shown some low stains and some stains that are above the door. Should that have any significance to us based on your training and experience, that some are so high and some are low?
It depends on the distance that the subject was standing when he was struck.
Okay. So without knowing more, you're not able to make a conclusion about that?
Correct.
Okay. Then I'm going to show you now what's been marked as photo 39. Is this also that door, but over on the side of it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So what do we see here that's of significance?
Same, you got impact spatter stains, and you can see some of the smaller ones that you observe have tails on that indicate that the blood is traveling downward.
And do you have an opinion based on your training and experience why some are larger than others?
Impact spatter stains are going to come off in all different sizes and shapes.
So again, that doesn't mean anything specific?
It does not.
And that is consistent with your training and experience?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to show you now what's been marked as photograph 41. Exhibit 1. Is this a close-up of some of what we've been observing?
Yes, it is.
And so when we get close up, what do we see that matters to you, if anything?
You could just see that, again, same as prior, that the drop is hitting the surface, and then as it flows down as it dries. So if that's dry, and it wound up being, it's dry here, but it wound up being solid from flowing down.
And you said that's partly a function of how much blood is located in the droplet?
Yes.
Okay. If it's a smaller one, it doesn't have a tail?
That's not necessarily true.
Oh, okay.
If it's smaller, if it's a very just a pinhead type stain, then you're not going to see this little bit of flow in it.
Gotcha. All right, I'm going to show you now what's been marked as Exhibit 42. Are all the dots we see, again, consistent with impact pattern bloodstains?
Yes, they are.
And then I'm going to show you Exhibit 43. Is that a close-up of some of those same pattern bloodstains?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 44. Is this above the entire door frame? Is that a close-up of some of those that we saw in the larger photo?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as photo 45. Again, a closer up on some that we saw in the more distant one before.
Correct.
And then I'm going to show you 46. Again, even a little more close as to some of the specific ones we saw, much smaller in another photo.
Correct. And it's just showing that these are circular stains.
As to the blood stain impact pattern evidence that you've talked about around the door and this wall, are you able to reach a conclusion in this area of the apartment as to how many blows caused the blood stain impact patterns?
A minimum of one.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as photograph 50. As to 50, about midway between the light socket and the mat, are there a couple of things that caused you interest or concern? A few things?
Yes, you can see impact pattern stains above the mat and on the side of the mat and above the mat.
And then I'm going to focus you or ask you to take a look at a photo 51. That's the area you say where the mat was located previously, correct?
Correct. You can see the outline in the carpet from where the mat was.
And one more time, based on something on the wall, can you also tell that the mat has been moved after the blood impact hit or not?
Yes, so if we took away that mat, then you would see blood stains on the wall. So that mat had to have been placed there after these stains were deposited on the wall.
To simplify, otherwise the mat would block them.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked then as Exhibit 52. What is this? What matters to us in terms of this vantage point, if anything?
It's a different angle, looking at their blood stains on where you can see almost in totality from them being on the wall above the door and how low they go on the door.
And how low do they go on the door?
To the bottom of the door.
Okay. Show you what's been marked as Exhibit 53. Does this, again, give you an opportunity to see some things close up?
Yes. And again, same thing where you're seeing the impacts pattern on the back of the door.
Was the door handle or door knob that we see in this picture, was that of note to you as well?
There was actually blood stain on the doorknob and locking handle itself.
Okay, so I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 54. Is that visible on that?
Yes, you can see the right there, the stain right there.
So I'm going to ask you to take a look at a different vantage point of that same room that we were in, picture 55. Do you recognize that vantage point?
Yes, I do.
So where's a person standing or located when they point their phone or camera this direction?
They're near the patio doors.
So that couch we've talked about and that table we've talked about, correct?
Yes.
There appears to be another room. It's got a bike located in it. What is that room, if you know?
Dinette area.
Okay. And what, if any, blood evidence are you seeing in this picture that was of note to you?
This picture, you're seeing overall some stains in the living room, both on the couch, where you can see saturation stains which have low pattern on them here, and also that's saturated pool of blood in the middle of the living room.
Officer, where was the largest concentration of blood you saw on this scene?
On the living room floor.
Is that in this picture?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And how would you characterize that concentration of blood based on your experience at crime scenes? How would you concentrate it? How would you characterize that, if you would?
Passive blood stain, which means that the blood that arrived here is from gravity, just natural. It's not projected out in any kind of way. So it's pool of blood, which means that the source was in the same area for a while, and blood is just coming off of that source and then just saturating and pooling up on that area.
Now, when you say a while, do you mean hours, or do you mean minutes or seconds? What do you, or do you have any idea?
As far as this calls for speculation and an expert opinion that Officer Danby would not be qualified to provide.
Sure. Do you have any idea how long somebody would be there to bleed that much?
Again, I'm going to object as far as speculation.
Officer, you've been to crime scenes before,
Correct.
including scenes where people were bleeding actively
Yes.
from a variety of types of wounds.
Correct.
Okay. How many times have you been to scenes where you were aware of and know that people were actively bleeding?
A great number.
Okay. At more than 100?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity then to do the evidence work? In other words, to observe the blood and be the one who took all the notations, did all the recording of where persons bled and how much they bled?
Yes.
Based on all of that experience, would it take hours for somebody to deposit this much blood,
Again,
or minutes?
I'm going to object as far as speculation, because this officer doesn't know, and foundation, because this officer has no idea what type of injury led to that pooling of blood.
Objection in the system.
Other than and so this particular blood, based on the pattern, is somebody bleeding onto the floor. Is that correct?
Correct.
It's not an impact stain. It's none of those.
Correct.
Okay.
It's passive. It's from gravity.
Okay. Is there other blood that you haven't pointed out yet in this picture that caused you concern or that was of note?
Yes. So in this area here, you can see the darker spots. All these are, again, they're drip stains. And those drip stains are, again, from gravity. It's from falling down off of a person. It's not from being projected in any kind of way. So just gravity causing those stains to just fall down to the floor.
And those go from where to where in the apartment? It's kind of hard to orient ourselves in a picture. So those start where and go to where?
I don't know where they go.
I don't mean, I'm sorry, I didn't mean where they begin and end. I just mean for purposes of your pointing them out.
Sure.
What's the length?
They are roughly between the dinette area over here, and they go to a little bit down below the saturation stain and the living rug.
Can you characterize the distance we're talking about there in general?
It's probably approximately 4 or 5 feet.
All right, I'm going to ask you to take a look at Exhibit 56, photos 56. This was that table against the wall, sort of near that first entry door. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And were there things that were of note or items of note in your mind on this exhibit?
Yes, you can see more stains on top of the table itself. You can see stains of directionality on the wall here, and then stains consistent with impact pattern on the diffuser.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit picture 58. Is this a close-up of some of what you just described?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so what do we see here? Please point it out and explain it where the jury can maybe see it a little clearer.
The same, where you can see stains that have that directionality on them, and then stains that are consistent with impact spatter.
Okay, so these are not those drip stains. These are, again, impact spatter?
The smaller ones are. I cannot give you a determination on some of these large ones, other than the fact that these stains around it are satellite stains. So you have because of the surface that it fell on, the blood drop hit the surface. You have the center being the parent stain, and then small little droplets will form off of that, which we call satellite stains, and that's just because of the surface that it struck.
Okay, so which of what we see on here are impact stains? So in your mind, they are stains caused by blunt force impact.
These stains that have directionality here, and then these smaller stains that you see throughout.
Okay, I'm going to turn your attention to photograph 62, exhibit 1. Now, you mentioned some stains behind on the wall. Are those visible in this picture?
Yes, they are.
Okay, where are those so the jury knows where you're talking about?
Stains right here visible, right here, all with directionality.
Okay, so again, can you characterize what type of stain these are?
impacts.
Okay, so those are blunt force trauma related stains in your opinion?
Yes.
Okay, and then I'm going to show you photo 63. Is that a close-up of some of those same stains we just looked at?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and do they show any other qualities than what you just pointed out, or are they just a closer picture that shows a more detailed look at what you just told us?
Just a closer picture.
Okay. If we think about the stains you talked about, there were over on the door and the wall as if you were leaving the apartment. And then this table that is up against the wall, but not the same wall as those other stains you showed us. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. In your opinion, are these the same? Are the origin of these the same blow, or is it a different blow than the blow you showed us on the door and the wall that would exit the apartment?
This would be different.
Okay. And can you tell us how many blows you believe would be needed to cause the impact stains you see over by this table?
I'm going to object as far as speculation.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
A minimum of 1.
Okay. Officer, I still want to talk about this table a little bit that we've spoken about. I'm going to ask you to take a look at picture 64. Is this an overview of the side of the table sort of facing towards that outer door we talked about?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you a photograph 65 and ask you, is that a close-up of that same side of the table we just saw?
Yes, it is.
When we look at this in close-up, does 65 show you anything that is of interest or note to you in terms of blood evidence?
The same as pointed out earlier as far as the stains having directionality, and you can see that they're all coming from, line them up, a source up above where they would converge.
Okay, just for the jury purposes, they don't know how tall this table is. What would be your rough estimate, if you could just show the jury how tall this table appeared to you?
A minimum of 3 feet.
Okay. And this is all, everything we see in this picture is on the side of the table.
That's correct.
Previously, we saw those pictures which were on the top of the table, right?
Yes.
And the wall behind that table?
Yes.
Now let me show you picture 66 and ask you, what is that a view of? Is that the same table?
It is the corner of the table leg, and I'm just pointing out that this stain is not impact spatter stain. It's different from the other stains that you see. You can see a flow pattern from this stain coming down. It's a thicker, larger volume of blood that struck that table.
Okay, and so what would be, so that's not an impact stain, or is it?
It is not.
Okay, and so instead what would be, do you have an opinion based on your training and experience? What sort of thing would cause that stain of that appearance?
The only opinion I have is that it's from a larger volume of blood that came off of a source and was deposited on there.
And then are there stains then on the, is the far right of this exam the front of that table or not?
This would be the front of the table.
Okay, and does that have blood as well?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So now I'm going to show you what's been marked as 67. Is this then is this depicting lower? So if I understand correctly, the thing in the center is the corner piece, the corner leg.
Correct.
And then one part is the side, and the other is the front of the table if you're looking from the living room. Is that right?
So this is the side, this is the corner piece, and then this is the front of the table.
What do we see on the front, if anything, of note in this picture?
The smaller stains that you see all throughout are consistent with impact spatter. And this stain right here and this stain right here almost appear to me to come from the same source, which is different from the impact spatter.
Okay, so even though they don't face each other exactly, you think they appear to be the same source?
Correct.
Okay, but surrounded around them are impact spatters
Yes.
in both areas.
Yes.
Okay. Then I'm going to turn your attention then to Exhibit 70. So orient me now. Are the blood spatters we just saw part of an area of this photograph?
Yes, they are.
Can you just circle for the jury with your pointer the area we saw, if any, on the front of the table that we just saw those blood spatters on?
Right in this area here.
Okay. And then that table leg or that was in the center, is that visible in this?
It's right here.
Okay. And then the other part, the side view, is sort of shadowed in this picture, but it's visible as well?
Correct.
Okay. On the floor, right in front of this front of the table, was there an item that you thought was of interest?
Yes, there's a small piece of wood that was right here that had a reddish stain on it.
Okay, I'm going to then ask you to take a look at photo 71. Is that a close-up of that same piece of wood?
Yes, it is.
And then I'm going to ask you to take a look at 72. Is this another picture that orients where that piece of wood is vis-a-vis the stains and blood evidence you've already testified to regarding the table?
Yes.
There appears to be a reddish item directly between the table and that piece of wood. The piece of wood is almost pointed towards it. Do you see what I'm talking about? Is that an item that is of any note to you?
Are we talking?
Yep.
Okay. It appears to be a blood stain.
Okay, and is there any significance to that blood stain?
No.
All right. Again, I'm going to show you Exhibit 73, picture 73. So is that a close-up of the item in terms of the piece of wood?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Let me show you Exhibit 74, picture 74. Does that, is the piece of wood in that item?
Yes, it is.
Okay, where's that?
It's right here.
Okay, so does this show you how close it is, for instance, to the mat that you said is standing up now?
So the mat that's standing up would be, this is the couch, would be at the end of the couch right here.
Okay, and then that saturation of blood that you mentioned that was drip blood, not impact blood, is that located in this picture as well?
Yes, it is.
So these are, where's that in this exhibit?
That is right here in the
Okay.
middle of the living room.
So we talked about impact blood spatter at the front of the table, and we talked about impact blood spatter on the side of the table that is facing sort of where the door is facing.
Correct.
What, if anything, can you say about whether the front of the table could come from the same blow as what we have seen in any of the other areas so far?
For impact spatter to be deposited on the side and on the front, that would be the subject would have to be standing in an area somewhere where that blood could flow through the air and then strike both sides.
So it could be one blow.
It could be, yes.
Okay, if you have the right angle.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as photo 75 in Exhibit 1. Where's this carpeting located?
So this is your divider between this is the door, this is the entryway as soon as you walk in the door, and then this would be the kitchen.
And then I'm going to show you what's is photograph 77. Is that a close-up of that same divider between the kitchen and the entryway?
Yes.
And is there something of note in that location?
This is a passive blood drop, so this fell due to gravity, did not fall from, it wasn't from a source of being impacted. And then same because of the flooring and the surface of the flooring, you have the parent drop here, and then you have these little satellite drops that just formed around it. It's all one droplet or two, if they have the same stuff.
And those are blood falling from some surface onto the floor.
Due to gravity.
Yeah. Now I'm going to ask you to take a look at photograph 78. Where's our vantage point here?
So this is the kitchen area here where we were just looking at that photo. It'd be here. We're looking out towards that mat in the couch.
Then I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 79, excuse me, Picture 79. What, if anything, is of note in this picture? What do you see?
So we observed what we, on the floor in the living room in front of the cabinet that we were just looking at, that material that we determined would be some kind of fiber or hair.
So you took it because it could be fiber or hair?
Correct.
Let me show you Exhibit or Picture 80. Is that the same item or a different item?
I'd have to go back and look at the other one, but it appears to be the same.
Okay. So then I'm going to ask you to take a look at Exhibit 81, Picture 81 for a second. Are there some placards that are down on the floor?
Yes, yeah.
And if you know, who placed the placards there?
Officer Widener and myself.
And why did you guys do that?
The placards indicate areas of evidentiary value of items that we observed.
And if you recall, what are the items that were placarded in that photograph?
So placard 11 is representative of the piece of wood, 12 the fiber or hair, 13 the fiber or hair, and 14 the shoe mat.
Okay. And so now I'm going to ask you to take a look at photograph 82. Is that a close-up of something we've already talked about?
Yes, it is.
And what is that?
That's the piece of wood that we saw on the floor with the red stains on there, red food stain on there, and what we perceive could be a piece of hair or fiber coming off of it.
And that was found right at that location by that table?
Correct.
How large an item is this?
That's only, I'd say, an inch and a half.
Okay. And you collected that and took it into evidence, I assume?
Yes, we did.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as picture 83 on Exhibit 1. What's our vantage point here? What are we looking at here?
So we're looking at the dinette area over here. So you got your living room would be to the north, and that's to the south is dinette area. And then you can see the front of that table that we were just looking at a little while ago.
So if you continued on into the dinette area, it looks like there's a hallway off to the right side. Is that true?
Yes, it is.
Just to orient us, what happens if you head down that hallway on the right? What if anything, do you come across?
There's straight ahead, there's a bathroom, and then to the north of the bathroom, there's a bedroom.
Did you go in the bathroom?
Yes.
And what evidence did you find in the bathroom?
Did not find any. Well, there was one glove that was on the floor, like a latex glove that was on the floor.
And what about in the bedroom?
No evidence in the bedroom.
So as to the vantage point we see here in picture 83, what, if anything, did you see that was of note to you in this picture?
Just there's stains both from here. I can see stains on the front of the cabinet. You can see the drip stains on the carpeting over here. This is kind of the stains that are going from this dinette area, or in between this, I should say, in between this dinette area and the living room.
Okay, so now I'm going to direct your attention to picture 84. As to 84, is this the dinette area you just spoke of?
Yes, this is a different angle of it.
And did you look in that area for evidence as well?
Yes, I did.
Okay, directing your attention then to Exhibit 85. Is that a close-up of the floor area that is by that dinette?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and before you talked about a stain or stains that were leading to, and when I say leading to, I don't mean the stains that that were located in the same general area as that larger pooling of blood. Is that what we're seeing in this angle as well?
Correct. Between that large pool of blood and this area here, you see drip stains forming in this area, in the dinette area, and then between the larger saturation stain and here, you'll see drip stains that are in common, that have commonality that go in between those two areas.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as photo 86. Does that give us a better idea of where the furniture is located vis-a-vis what you've just talked about?
Correct.
What's the black or brown, dark brown piece of furniture that we see most prominently in this picture?
The dinette table and chairs.
Okay. So then I'm going to turn your attention to photo 87. Is that a closer view, but still not a close-up of the rug area between the dinette and the next room?
Correct. Showing the indentations in the floor here. You can see an indentation in the floor here that from the dinette table that appears to have been moved.
You can't tell when it was moved, right?
Correct.
Could have been moved days ago.
Correct.
Could have been moved, it's just that the indentation remains, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as photo 88. Is this that same rug area that we just depicted in 87?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you mentioned droplets or stains. Are those the ones you were talking about before?
Yes, these are, again, drip stains due to gravity that you see on here.
So these are not impact stains.
Correct.
These are not, you're not able to form a conclusion that any of these are due to any blow that has occurred at this location, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, let me direct your attention now to photograph 90. So is this the wall or the side bearings of the serving counter before you get into the kitchen?
Correct.
Okay.
You see that there are stains on the opposite side that we were looking at before of this same gray table.
Okay. And then what about in the most prominent sort of pillar that we see there?
Also on the pillar, you can see that there's stains on that.
Okay, let me show you photograph 91. Ask you, is that a close-up of what we just saw?
Yes, it is.
And so where are you seeing something that causes you some concern or at least of note at this location?
I can tell you the smaller stains here that you see here, they're all lining up. Here are the impact spatter stains.
Okay, so on the floor, in the carpet just before this, you were saying these are droplet stains. Those are ones from falling, correct?
That's what they appear to be.
But this is not the same. This is, again, impact stains?
Correct.
And what, if anything, can you say about whether the stains, based on the pattern you see here, could be the same blow as the stains on the door headed out and the wall headed out?
These would be from a different from the area by the.
Okay. What about the stains at the table, where you said there's two areas of the table that have staining? Could these stains be that same blow that happens by the table?
No, it's on the opposite side.
So this is a distinct blow from any of the blows you've testified to so far, based on the patterns?
Correct.
Okay. That was 91. Officer, I'm going to show you now what's been marked as 92, photo 92. Is this the wall that's by the pillar that you just talked about?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and that's an outer view, correct?
Correct.
If I show you a close-up, is 93 a close-up of that same wall?
Yes, it is.
And And do you see anything of note on this close-up of the wall that we just saw in 92?
See the stains with directionality in the wall, here, and then the impact spatter stains on the wall over here.
And then I'm going to show you 94. Is that again a close-up of that same wall, different area?
Yes,
And what, if anything, do you note in this picture?
the same. The circular stains from impact spatter.
So we've talked about the pillar and now the wall. What, if anything, can you say about whether the wall and the pillar could be the same blow, or would they have to be different blows based on anything you know?
It is possible that they are the same.
Okay. Then let me show you a photograph number 95. Is this the top of that dinette table?
Yes, it is.
And then if I show you 96, is that show you some items of interest, or that caused you to have some new information as to the dinette table and on its top?
So these stains here are all passive stains. So again, passive meaning felt from gravity. They're scalped like that just because of the surface that it's on. It's just the way they dried. But these are all just formed due to gravity, not from impact.
So somehow either someone bled there or something bloody was dripped there.
Correct. So
Okay.
A bloody source had blood, which gravity caused the blood to fall out.
Did we see a laptop on that dinette table as well?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as photo 99. Is that the laptop that we saw a portion of in the other view?
Yes, it is.
And was there items on that on the laptop that caused you some concern as well?
Yes.
Let me show you a closer up picture, photo 100. Does that show us some of what you saw on the laptop on this day on the 19th?
Yes. These small circular stains have the resemblance of impact spatter.
So you believe those based to be impact based on your training and experience?
Correct.
Let me show you a couple of other close-ups of that same laptop, 101. Is that, again, depict a larger section of the laptop in close-up?
Yes, it does.
What do you see there?
The same with the appearance of impact spatter.
At several locations?
They're everything you see, all of these, the red stains you see have the appearance of impact spatter.
And officer, again, based on your training experience, why do some of them have tails on a flat surface like this? This is not was the laptop sitting flat on the table?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so why would it have tails like that?
Just the angle that it struck, and then it has to do with the speed and the volume of blood.
And what causes, or what are the sorts of sources that would cause blood to move at a higher speed, for instance?
Just, well, gunshots are very fast, so this, like a bullet hitting liquid blood a bullet's obviously traveling at extremely fast speed. So when you're swinging, same if you're swinging like a bat or a golf club or some object at a high rate of speed, it strikes liquid blood. But otherwise, if it's like I said, passive, you either have projected blood or you have passive blood. So there's also a phenomenon called transfer stains, which would just be like somebody with a bloody source on their hand or something rubbing a wall. So if the blood isn't flowing naturally due to gravity, or if it isn't wiped there or put there somehow from rubbing from clothing or a hand, then it's projected out.
Is there any evidence here that you see that would be consistent with a transfer stain?
No.
Okay. Let me just show you a couple more pictures of this laptop. And is it 102? Is this a different corner of the laptop than we just saw?
Yes, it is.
And does it have additional evidence that is of note to you?
Stains that appear to be impact spatter.
Okay. And then finally, 103.
The same impact spatter stains.
Okay. Other than other than the laptop, were there some other items on that dinette table as well?
Yes, there were.
And when you looked at those, did you also observe some blood spatter on those in those locations?
Yes,
Let me show you picture 104. Were these contents of the dinette table or a different area of the house?
the dinette table.
Okay. And were there blood stains or blood evidence you saw within this set of items?
Yes,
So let me show you a close-up, 105. Can you point out for the jury any blood type evidence you believe you saw in picture 105?
yes. So on the receipt, you can see the circular blood stains. Here you can see this tube, you can see circular blood stains. The picture here, again, you can see directionality coming off of that. It looks a little different just because of the surface that's on. But there's also stains on this white rag or whatever that is there on here.
These items, all the stains you're looking at least from your observation, it's your opinion those are blood?
Correct?
And what if anything can you say about whether they are blood spatter or what kind of pattern do you see there, if any?
There definitely some form of impact. You can see that these stains have directionality to them, so which means they're not falling from gravity. They're falling at an angle.
Okay, so I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 106. Okay, so you see that picture. Now I'm going to ask you to take a look at even more close-up 107. So that's that corner of that picture. Do you agree?
Yes.
Any significance to that stain?
Yes. So within that blood stain we have here, we also appears to be hair or fiber that was actually adhered to that picture.
Within the stain itself?
Correct.
Okay. So based on all the items you've seen on this dinette table, right? We talked about the laptop, the child's picture with the blood stain on it. Are you able to form an opinion about whether these are the same individual blow that was at the dinette wall and pillar, or do they have to be a different blow?
With that whole area, I can only give you a minimum of one blow.
Okay, so one more time, the wall of the dinette area, the pillar of the dinette area, and all of the blood spatter on the table theoretically could be one blow, minimum one blow.
Minimum one.
Gotcha. Officer, I'm going to direct your attention now to photograph.
How about how much more do you have?
I have a number. Yeah, he did all the documenting of the evidence, Judge.
Let's take a break, please. Don't talk about the case. We want to listen to any kind of the trial. About 15 minutes.
So the record will reflect that the bailiff is advising the attorneys of the name of one juror whom I have excused after discussion with her, and she said she wanted to go ahead, but was experiencing chills and felt that she probably did have a temperature. So I gave her the choices. If you want to remain, we'll do as we did in COVID and have you sit about 6 feet away from anybody else. And she said she thought she should go. So that was what I ordered. So let's proceed with that. I'll mention something to the other jurors. And we'll proceed.
Hello.
Would you come down, please?
Yep.
All right, welcome back, and as you can see, we have an empty seat, so if one of you folks want to go over there, or you can stay where you are, whichever you prefer. That particular juror was not feeling well, and I think it was close as far as her remaining or not, and ultimately, because she was getting some chills, I did excuse her, and so there's 13 of you, and hopefully you'll stay well now and in the future. And we'll proceed now with the number of 13, and let's continue with the state's case.
Officer Van Wee, I'm now going to direct your attention to photograph 108 on Exhibit 1. What is this an overview picture of? What part of the apartment, if you know?
So between the dinette and the kitchen, there's a cutout, so you can actually view like the kitchen from the dinette area. And this is above that cutout in the dinette area.
So this would be above that counter space?
Correct.
Let me now show you a picture 109. In relation to 108, was this same area of the wall or ceiling depicted in 108?
Yes, it was.
Can we go back to 108 for just a second? Can you point out where in 108, 109 is located?
So we got bloodstains with directionality up in this area above that kitchen, this whole cutout area here. So that close-up picture is in this area.
Okay, so now I'm going to go back to 109. So what, if anything, do you observe about these particular bloodstains?
Bloodstains, you can see, again, have directionality showing they are going in this direction here, downward in this direction here.
And do you have an opinion as to what the source of those are in terms of drip, et cetera?
Yes, they're impact spatter.
Okay. Now let me show you 110. Do these show the same stains or are these different?
These are different.
Okay, so what do you see here?
The same impact spatter with stains that are elongated and have directionality to them.
These are on the same wall as that original exhibit we just looked at?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'd ask you to take a look at picture 111. And is that the same stains that we just saw?
Several of them are the same, and then you can also see stains actually on the wood here, and I believe this one and this one we did not see previously.
Okay. And can you tell me what the origin of those are? Are those impact stains or something else?
They are impact pattern stains.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to photograph 113. If you can tell, is that a close-up of one of the ones we just saw?
That appears to be yes.
And point out any significance of that, if there is any.
You can actually see some smaller impact pattern stains right here, both that are elongated, and same where this one's elongated and has a tail showing directionality.
Okay, show you 114. I think, again, this is a close-up of that picture of three very prominent ones we saw just a couple pictures ago.
Correct.
Anything of significance here?
No.
And then 150. Again, close-up of the third of those. Anything new on that?
No.
Okay. Can you indicate, based on where these are located, do you have an opinion about whether they are the result of a separate blow or the same blow of any of the blows you've already talked about?
They could be from the same event that occurred on top of the dinette table and on the wall.
Okay, so the laptop area?
Correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 116. Are these in the center of the exhibit some of the chairs around the dinette table?
Yes.
All right. Then a close-up of that chair at the dinette table, 117. Is there a jacket on that chair?
Yes.
And then are there items that are of interest to you in this? You don't have to point them out right now, but are you seeing something that is of interest to you in terms of this particular picture?
On top of the chair itself, the seat bottom, you can see stains are consistent with drip stains from gravity.
Okay, so I'm going to go to 118. If you could just point out what you're speaking about, if it's on that.
All these circular stains that you see on the chair surface here are drip stains, and again, they're from gravity falling straight down.
Now I'm going to show you 119. Is this an area in close proximity to that dining room table, but a little off to the side?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then a little slightly closer up, 120. On these two sort of Easter basket type items, do you find some evidence you believe to be blood evidence?
Yes.
Okay, let me take you to 121. Is 121 one of the contents of those Easter baskets?
Yes, it is.
And where do you see any blood evidence, if you do, in this exhibit 121?
You can see it on the bag here and on top of these, just imagine they're Easter egg casings.
And what type of stain are these, if you know?
So on the bag, you can see that there's smaller stains with directionality on these, which has the appearance of impact spatter, and on these, I'm not actually going to make a comment as to how they were deposited, or just the fact that that is blood that is on there.
Okay, so let's go back to the bag of 122. Is that a close-up of some of the stains on the bag?
Yes.
Okay, and you were indicating what about those then, pointing them out?
Those appear to be impact spatter because of the fact that you can see that they have, they're elongated and they have tails on there, indicating that there's multiple of them. So indicating that they're coming at from a direction.
So these are not drip stains similar to what we saw on the chair by the jacket just a second ago?
Correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 125. What, if any, blood evidence do you see in this Easter basket?
On the Lego box here, you can see a couple of stains here, and on the top of the box, you can see a few stains up here.
And do you are you able to identify any type or pattern on these?
No, I'm not.
Okay. I'm going to proceed over to photograph 128. Do you recognize this countertop in the context of this case?
This is where the kitchen cutout is between the kitchen here and then the dinette area back there.
Okay, so this is taken from a viewpoint inside the kitchen out.
Correct.
Then let me show you photograph number 129. On that surface, is there any evidence you believe to be blood evidence?
Yes, there is.
Can you point it out briefly to the jury?
Yes. So all these stains are suspected blood.
Okay, before you talk any more about them, let's take a look at picture 130. Is this a close-up of many of those same stains?
Yes, it is.
And what, if anything, do you note about these when you see their appearance?
These have directionality to them, so you can see the stains. The direction is they're all going in this direction here.
So, do you have an opinion as to the type of stain these are, drip stains, etc.?
My opinion would be impact spatter.
Now, if we go further on that same counter, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 132. Is this the end of the kitchen counter that we just saw?
Correct. So this is the sink. The actual cutout is up here, and then this is the counter next to the sink.
Okay, so we see prominently here a cleaning tool. Near the cleaning tool, is there something that would be something you thought might be blood, or do you have an opinion as blood?
So suspected blood. This circular, and then this circular.
Okay, so if I show you picture 133, is this a close-up of one of those locations?
Yes, it is.
Where is it?
The circular stain right here.
Does that appear to be fit a pattern for you?
My opinion is that those stains came from the dinette area and over through the cutout and were deposited on the surfaces.
So I was going to ask you whether this appears to be at least consistent with a blow that we've already talked about. You believe it is?
Yes.
Okay, and that would be the blow that happened by the dinette?
Correct.
Okay. And then you indicated that there was another one on the counter view. So I'm going to have you take a look at photo 134. Is that to show you that second one that's on the counter itself?
Yes.
Any difference in terms of observation or the opinion you've rendered about the one that's next to it on the far right?
No.
And then I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 135 or photo 135. Is that the blood you were talking about that was right on the very edge of the sink?
Yes, it is.
And that edge of the sink is to that counter that we saw in the previous picture?
Correct.
And again, based on your observation of that, could it be the same blow and is it the same pattern?
Yeah, my opinion is that those drops came from the dinette area through the cutout and landed or deposited on these surfaces inside the kitchen.
Okay. All right. So in terms of the area over by the dinette area, were there any other blood stains other than what we have shown you in all the different areas in these pictures?
No.
Now, you also focused on some areas regarding the carpet in what I'm going to call the living room if you continue towards the sliding doors, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you've already indicated there was some seepage blood, I think you called it a pool of blood. Saturated, a pool of blood. And also that there was an area, did you say it was a void? Did you use that word earlier?
Correct.
Let me show you what's been marked as 136. Does this picture, first of all, is this a picture again of the vantage point of the area you said was dripping blood and then the area that you said was a saturated pool of blood? Is that depicted in this exhibit?
Yes, so this area over here is where the dinette area is, the table's right over here, and you're looking out towards the patio doors and into the living room.
Okay, so is the seepage or the pooled area in this picture?
Yes, it is.
Can you just point that out so we are oriented? Okay, and then when you indicated that there was an area that you felt was a void, what do you mean by that?
So you can almost see like on this side of this saturated stain and on this side where there's almost like a line and it almost forms like a square right here. So, and we can look at it at different angles too, and you can see a little bit better, but so this would indicate that this saturation or this blood pool here was, there was something or some object that appeared to be some kind of area rug that was right in this area here.
All right, so let me show you picture 145. Is that another picture that shows the lined area that you're talking about?
Yes. So, and you can even see that here. So, color difference. This carpet here even looks lighter than the remaining carpet that you see over here. But it almost looks like a square where you can see it squared off right here in this corner here, and you can see that that something was in this area that's now not.
And did you in some way either measure that area or preserve or in some way?
There were photographs with scales in them taken, and then we also cut that piece of the carpet out to save it for evidence.
What would be your estimate about how large an area had been occupied by an area rug there?
I'd have to actually see the scale photographs.
Okay. Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 137. Is this the blood area that approaches the saturation area?
Correct.
Okay.
So,
anything of note here?
so you can see this is the dinette area, and you can see the drip stains again. These are formed due to gravity, and you can see there's multiple drip stains that are in this area here. That's between where that saturated stain is and the dinette area. They seem to have a pattern where you can see where they're moving together.
Is there any evidence in this picture on the floor that appears to be impact blood?
No.
Okay, so this all appears to be drip blood?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to turn your attention to 138. That's a close-up of part of the area we just saw in 137.
Correct.
Anything specific of note here that you didn't just point out?
No.
139. Again, a close-up of the area that was in 137.
Correct.
Other than showing a close-up of the drops that you just mentioned, anything else of note in this picture?
No.
Based on the drops that we can see, for instance, in something like this, are you able to in any way calculate what height someone was when, or the object was that was bleeding, or is that impossible to tell from these type of pictures or these type of observations? You were there personally, so.
There would have to be experiments done for, plus this is carpet, so it's going to react different to other surfaces, but you'd have to do experiments to see with that same material and then do blood drops from different levels.
Was there anything else of note to you in the area where the blood was, in the living room area, in the general area by where the area rug is missing or void?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Yeah, anything else of note or that you noticed regarding blood on the carpet in this area of the house?
There appeared to be a footwear impression in the blood that was pooled in the living room.
And are you aware one way or another whether that was one of the first patrol officers on the scene?
I am not.
Okay. And that's not something you ever try to determine, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to turn your attention to photograph 150. Where are we now in the apartment 1B if we are?
We're in the living room.
So in relation to that couch that we've seen a couple times, where is this?
This is across, so this is on the west side of the apartment, so the couch is straight across to the east.
So somebody would set their couch up so they could watch the TV that's on the other wall.
Correct.
And is this piece of furnishing have a lot of shelves with a lot of knickknacks on it?
Yes, it does.
When you see that there's a television on the wall,
Yes.
are you able to indicate whether that television was on or off when you entered the dwelling?
It was just like you see it.
Okay. Did you survey this shelving with all these items to see if what, if any, evidence you might find on this area?
Yes, there was just a little bit of tiny bit of blood that was located on a few of the objects in here, but that's about it.
Okay, so let me show you. Photo 154. Was 154? Does it have a picture of one of the items you saw that had
Yes.
evidence? Okay, and what item? There's a number of items there. Which of the items on there had some blood evidence?
This with the 3 carbon.
Okay, and if I show you now picture 155, is that a close-up of the evidence you were able to observe?
Correct, just a small amount of what's suspected blood right
And what if any pattern did that have?
there. There's no pattern that can be determined.
Okay. So I want to talk about the wall that the couch is on, so the opposite side wall. First of all, can I show you picture 156? Is that the wall that the couch is on, opposite the TV that we just saw?
Yes, it is.
That's in the living room.
Yes.
Now let me show you 157. Is 157 a close-up from that wall area?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm going to go back to 156. About where on 156 is 157?
I'm not positive of that. Looking from, I'm not going to be able to make that information.
Okay, you know it's on that wall.
Correct.
Okay, so now let me show you 158? Is that also a picture from that same wall?
Can we move back again?
Yeah, to 157?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, it appears to be from
Okay.
that wall. Just like, again, I can't make a determination to the exact area in the wall.
Okay. And then let me show you a picture of 160. Is that also from the same wall?
It appears to be, yes.
Are the droplets you've seen on the wall across from the couch, or a wall along the couch of the living room, are those, do you have an opinion as to what the source of those drops are, or those stains?
This one is projected and it has, again, has directionality to it. If we could look at them as a whole, I could make a better determination, but that one appears to be part of an impact pattern stain.
Okay, so what about 158?
Same thing,
Okay, impact, again, impact stains?
yes,
Okay, and then 157 is where we started with these?
and same.
Okay, so if you can tell me, and this is only if you can, is this a different blow than the other blows we've seen or not?
In the totality of circumstances as to the location of these and the door, which is to the west of it, I would not be able to make a determination if those are different from the same stains that are on the door.
So they theoretically could be stains that are a little bit of a distance but are from the same blow as the door area.
Correct.
Okay. Let me show you what's been, picture 161. Okay. Is this the ceiling area again of that same area right under the, or right where the couch is under us?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then if we take a close-up then, that is 162. Is this from that same ceiling?
Yes, it is.
All right. And what, if anything, can you see there that is of interest to you?
The stains on the ceiling they have similar characteristics as what we'd say is cast-off pattern.
Okay. And so then I'm going to go to a close-up at 165. Does that allow you a little more chance to see it close-up the...
Correct. That's an individual stain from within that pattern that appears to be cast-off pattern.
And then I'll show you 166. Does this have staining that you can see?
Yes, it does.
Can you show us where?
Sure. So all the circular stains that you see are on the ceiling. All of these stains.
Okay, let me show you 167. Is 167 a close-up that gives you a chance to see those better?
Yes, it is.
Okay, do you see any, what can you make of this, of any of the marks that we see in this picture?
And generally with cast-off stains, it'll be liquid blood that's coming off of an object that's going up in the air and hitting the surface. And for the most part, what happens is when you see circular stains like this, it's, if you think about the angle that that object is going up, it's going to be circular almost straight above in that area. And then if it continues on, you're going to see directionality on the ceiling down that way.
Do you know where on the ceiling these were located?
These were pretty much in the middle of the living room.
Okay. And based on their location and the pattern or the number of these or their shape, any other characteristics, are you able to say whether these are a different blow than the blows that we've spoken about thus far?
I'm going to object. It mischaracterizes the witness's testimony. This is cast off. This is not impact stains.
Okay. Apologize. Yeah, I'll correct my question. Yeah. Based on what sort of things would cause, what are the origins of things like cast off that might cause these to be located where they are?
The liquid blood that's like coming off of an object. So it could be, the object could be a bat, or it could be a hammer, it could be a knife. And again, the blood, when somebody strikes something and raises their hand back up, that liquid blood is off that object and onto the ceiling.
And based on this location, does it provide you any ability to say whether that location of cast off identifies any different area where someone is utilizing an item that's cast off?
No.
Okay. Let me show you what's been marked as 170. And do you know where that is in the room?
Those are the same stains. It's in the living room. That's the ceiling, and these are the same stains we observed earlier. You're just seeing that we put some scales on them.
All right. And are these essentially are these above the couch or more where the area rug is missing?
It's more in the center part of the living room. The couch is over here on this wall, and then the patio door, the north side, is over here on this side.
Let me show you what's been marked as picture 175. Where is that?
That's on the ceiling, so that's some of the circular stains you can see on the ceiling.
And so what are those?
Again, it has the appearance of cast-off lead.
And did you try to do to scale a number of those cast-off patterns?
We used the sticker scales and just for labeling. So Officer Widener actually labeled these. Imagine there's a letter right there. They're just not legible to me.
So is it? Let me show you what's been marked as picture 181. Is that an example of a scale sticker with a mark on it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And that was Officer Widener who did those?
Correct.
Thank you. Let me turn your attention to another area depicted in 182. Do you know where this is located in this apartment, if it is?
Yes, I do.
Where's this?
So this is in front of the patio doors, and then on the west side of the couch.
And is this a table that we see in the middle there?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And to your knowledge, I mean, you don't know this house, does it appear items have been knocked off or disturbed there, or does it appear that they are placed there in a fairly normal fashion?
It appears to me that they're in the same, nothing was moved around.
Okay. And was this area one that caused you at least some concern?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so let me show you a slight close-up, 183. Does this give you a chance to see some of what you are looking for?
Yes.
All right, now let me show you 184. Is this a close-up of some of that area of focus?
Yes, it is.
Can you point out for the jury on this close-up where on 184 you see things that are of note?
So all of these little red circular stains that you see on this table here, they are a little smaller than what we've seen so far on like the door and other places. Usually that's indicative to one or two things, either like a gunshot or something like expirating. It's going to have really small stains like that. There's no evidence of any kind of gunshot that went on in this apartment, so it's some kind of impact spatter, or it could be some expirations. Another nose or mouth.
And what do we call that type of that kind of differing pattern?
A mist pattern, or like a higher velocity impact spatter.
Okay, and are there also impact stains on this, or are all of what we see here that separate thing you've just talked about?
So I can't make a determination if these are actually impact spatter pattern on this table, because that's how the appearance of these are smaller than what we noted on the other doors. So I can't form an opinion as to actually if this was actually impact spatter or if this was like expiration or something different.
So now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 185. Is this essentially the far end of the same table?
Yes, it is.
And does this have anything different or anything additional to note?
No, same.
Same type of spray or okay.
Yes.
Then I'm going to ask you to take a look at 186. Does this partially depict a wall that is behind that table?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and if I go to 188, is this a close-up of that wall?
And it's still the table.
I'm sorry, that's the table. I apologize. My fault. Now I'm going to turn your attention to 191. Where are we seeing now?
This is the patio door on the north side.
Is the table we just saw depicted in this picture?
Yes, it is.
Can you point that out?
There's the table.
Okay. And the door there, does it have any kind of curtains or anything that is depicted in this picture?
Vertical blind.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as picture 192. As to 192, are those same vertical blinds?
Yes, they are.
And then I'll show you 193. On 193, do you see anything that you felt was of note?
Yes.
Can you point out where and tell us what it is?
The stains that you see on the vertical blinds are also going to be by the air conditioner over here. You can see again that they are elongated. They have some back tails. They have directionality. You can see that are going, line them up and going up to a certain area. Convergence up here. So these have the appearance of impact spatter.
And these are in fairly close proximity, or they're right at the window of the sliding doors, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let me show you then picture 196. Is this even closer up in the area on those blinds?
Yes, it is.
And showing the same characteristics you just talked about?
Correct.
Are there a number of areas on these blinds where you see these distinct type of impact pattern?
Yes.
And do they vary in height, high and low?
So there's, on the blinds themselves, I'd have to see another picture. I know that there's a table below that also displayed pattern, impact pattern, spatter pattern that's similar, and it could have came from the same source.
Let me show you what's been marked as photo 202. Is this the air conditioning unit you mentioned in a prior, looking at a prior picture?
Correct.
And if I take you then to 203, does that show some impact or some stains or something of note?
Yes, it does.
Okay, can you point out where?
Stains.
Okay, let me show you now 204. Is that a close-up of some of those same items you just pointed out?
Yes, it is.
Okay, point them out one more time on this one, 204. What can you say about the characteristics of those?
That they have similarities to impact pattern stains, and same thing where they're elongated and they're going in a downward direction.
Okay, as to the blinds and the air conditioning wall or area there, is it your opinion that those could be the same blow impact as the wall over at the dinette?
I'm going to object to leading.
Okay.
What, if anything, can you say about whether this is a different area of impact, where a different blow than the blows you have talked about previously?
So the stains that you observe on the blinds and on the wall by the air conditioner here appear to be a different impact patterns than previously mentioned ones.
And how do you know that?
Because of the surface and the angle that these stains are, the stains are all, like, for instance, this is the north wall. So you have stains on, you know, the inside of the door, the outside of the door, the wall by the dinette table. So when an object hits liquid blood, those stains are going to go in the direction, same direction as where that strip caused. So far as we went around this apartment, we haven't seen any stains on this wall or anything going in that direction. So these stains would have came from a different impact than the other ones.
All right, I'm going to focus a little bit on the couch. Can I have you take a look at 205? You recognize what those are in the context of this case?
Several different things going on here. So continuation from the impact spatter we were talking about earlier on the blind here, you can see it also on this table below here. And also you can see on this pillow. So those small little circular dots you can see on the pillow are also from impact spatter. And as you move along to the cushion, then you have more saturation drip stains going on over here. These things are not from impact spatter.
Officer Van Weed, so let me show you 206. You've just testified that you saw on the pillows a number of impact patterns, is that correct?
That is correct.
Just briefly point out where those are located on 206.
So all these little circular things that you see.
Okay, now I'm going to show you 207. You just testified to circular stains on there as well. Do you see those on 207?
Yes, I do.
Okay, point them out, please, briefly. Now, in the original picture of the couch with the pillows, you said there was a table or something behind. Let me show you 210. Do you recall these items behind the couch but over towards the blinds?
Yes.
And do you see something of interest in this area?
Yes. So on the paperwork on top of this table, you can see the blood stains, the circular blood stains on this table here.
And what is your conclusion about what those blood stains are?
That those are from impact spatter.
Now, above the wall at that location, did you also observe things that appear to be stains to you?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 215. Is this a picture of that location?
Yes, it is.
And what do you see here?
It's the same. You got stains that are elongated with tails, which would indicate that it's impact spatter coming from the wall.
I'm just going to show you an overview of the area we just looked at. If you could take a look at picture 217. To your knowledge, did 217, is this how it looked when you were looking through the scene?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as 218. Do we see something that looks like blood evidence in 218?
Yes.
Can you point out where it's located?
So on both sides of the couch, the upright pillow, you see saturation stains in the pillow itself. There's actually, and then you see the drip stains that are on the lower cushion of the couch here. There's a distinct pattern almost, which it could either be interpreted as a couple different ways. I'm calling it for now just like a passive blood stain with saturation, which has some flow.
Okay, so an object is there for long enough to bleed on it in that location?
Correct.
Okay. This is not an impact stain, what you see there?
This is passive.
Okay.
Well, I should take that back. So this, again, I'm reserving comment as to exactly what my opinions are of the stain, but there could be a couple different cause of pattern.
Well, what are the variety of causes of things? You're saying you don't have an opinion, but what are the ways one could get this stain?
One would be from an arterial spurt. So if somebody's cut on a major artery to where that artery is actually dispersing blood out of them, it goes along with their heart. So
Well, wait, I couldn't quite hear you. If
somebody's cut on a major artery,
cut is the word? If someone is
if
cut,
they have a cut or injury that is exposing a major artery where blood is actually spurting out from their body, then that blood is actually going to do a pattern almost like a V, NAV is indicative to the heartbeat. So like if you think your major artery is going, like when your heart pumps, then blood is going to go up, and when your heart goes back, the beat goes down, the blood's going to go down. So you almost have like a little bit of what you can see there, but I'm not making that determination as to that stain actually being from an artery. I'm just noting that there are similarities in that stain.
Okay. Other than being stabbed in an artery, how else could you get that?
Object, it mischaracterizes the witness's testimony.
He said cut in an artery.
I,
Did say
first
stab.
question, what you just heard?
Correct.
I thought you said struck, to be honest with you.
I said cut.
You said stab.
I'm sorry, I
You
said,
stab.
I apologize. I said stab.
You said what?
Stabbed. Because he said cut, so I said stab.
Okay. Why don't you start over?
Sure. Other than someone being cut in a major artery, what would be another way that they could have a stain like that? I know you're not forming an opinion, but what's another possible way?
Saturation. Just passively, that blood is falling off of somebody that is in this area. It's either dripping off or there's contact made where it's actually saturating and then just flowing and dripping down. These are different, where these are actually just passive drips that are falling naturally.
Now I'm going to turn your attention to Exhibit 220. What is that item that's on the couch?
It's like a money clip or a wallet.
Was that there when you came into the residence?
Yes, it was.
And if you can you offer an opinion on whether that was located at that location when the blood was deposited on this couch?
So when we moved this this wallet, there's blood stains, as you see. These drip stains are all over the seat of the couch. These drip stains were underneath this wallet, so that would indicate that this wallet was placed there after those stains were deposited.
I'm going to show you now what's been marked as 221. Does this depict anything different of significance other than what you've already talked about?
Just a placard photo of that same money clip or wallet.
Let me now show you picture 223. Anything of significance in this picture?
Just the same thing, just showing the wallet and within that blood stains.
Officer, were you able to observe other pieces of wood in the couch area?
Yes, we were.
Okay, where were those located, if you know, in general?
I remember right on the upright portion.
Okay. Let me turn your attention back to picture 219. If you focus in on 219, can you see any piece of wood in that exhibit?
I believe it's this right here.
Okay. In the area over by the blinds and the couch, how many blows do you see based on the evidence you analyzed?
Minimum of one.
Okay. So I want to be sure I have this right in summary. 2 of them in the hallway area, minimum.
Correct.
1 at the inner door, in the interior of the apartment.
Right.
one in the area by the table by the entrance,
That's correct.
one by the dinette wall where the dinette is,
Yes,
and one by the blinds that are close to the sliding doors.
that's correct.
So you've so far talked about a minimum of 6 blows, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Are there any other locations in this residence, in any place, where you feel that there are that it appears to you that there is impact blood that might be an additional blow?
no,
When you observed this location, were the sliding doors locked or unlocked at your time in terms of access?
they were unlocked
And where do the sliding doors head to then?
to the north side where the parking lot is.
And when you come out of this particular apartment, what do you come out to? Are you immediately in grass? Are you on a road?
There's a small, like, cement patio right outside.
And then what's next?
And grass,
And then what's next?
and the parking lot.
And what would be your estimate at the distance from those sliding doors to the closest parking spaces?
Say about 10, 12 feet.
And would you, as an evidence tech, can you offer an opinion or tell us in terms of your observations about that I think you called it a patio that you come to when you leave out the sliding door? Is that sheltered from the rain, or is it exposed to the rain based on what you recall?
Exposed.
And then the grassy area that you spoke about, is that sheltered from the rain or exposed to the rain based on what you recall?
Exposed.
And then when you get off the grass, you're essentially by where a car could park, is that right?
Correct.
Is there a sidewalk? When you get to the end of the grass, is there a small sidewalk?
There's not.
Oh, okay. In any case, would the parking lot area, whatever comes next, be impacted by rain as well? It's not sheltered.
Yes.
Judge, I'm done with this particular area. There's a couple more areas for him to cover, so I think this is probably a logical moment to break.
Okay.
No.
All right, let's take a break at this point, and I'll ask that you return at 1:15. Please don't talk about the case during the break. We want to listen when you're on the trial. No question? Do it.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Gravely.
Officer Van Wee, just a couple more questions about the apartment 1B scene. Did you at 1B take any fingerprint evidence personally?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall where you took fingerprints?
I fingerprinted the patio door, along with there was a bottle of Corona sitting by the TV stand and a bottle of water.
Can you indicate why, in your judgment, you decided to fingerprint the patio door?
Due to the patio door not having a lot of biological stains on it, it would have been a source also of possible exit or entrance.
And when you say patio door, do you mean the part facing the parking lot or the part facing the interior?
The parking lot.
And why did you choose the 2 bottles that you mentioned?
They were opened and they were just sitting out in the living room. So,
Did you, you indicated previously that you had gone in a bedroom, is that correct?
yes, I did.
And did you focus any of your evidence collection attention, meaning actual collecting items, in that bedroom?
No, I did not.
Why?
The bedroom was unremarkable. There was no signs of any kind of evidence in there, no disturbance at all, so we did not focus on the bedroom.
Was there a window in there?
Yes, there was.
Why didn't you focus on the window?
There was no disturbance to the blinds or anywhere around the window.
Now, after taking a look at the apartment 1B scene, going through the processing of evidence that you have discussed, was it your role at 1B to collect any of the swabs, or did you just do the fingerprints?
I did fingerprints, and Officer Widener did the swabs.
And ultimately, did you participate in the look for evidence or search for evidence at a Mequon address, 6813 West Highland Road as well?
Yes, I did.
Was that on the 19th as well, or was that on the 20th of May?
That was on the 20th.
Okay, so if you are aware, did officers go on the 19th to that Mequon address?
I believe so.
But you were not present for that?
I was not present.
Okay. After having been at the scene that you described at 1B on the 19th, about what time on the 20th did you participate in any kind of search of that Mequon address?
It was midday, so I'd say around 12 or 1.
Had you showered in the meantime?
Yes.
And what, if anything, can you say about whether you wore the same clothes on the 20th as on the 19th?
It's a change of clothes.
So on the 20th, when you arrived, did you go with a group of officers?
I did not.
Okay. When you arrived there, did you make observations and take some photographs as part of the observations you made?
Yes, I did.
Were you also involved in the collection of some evidence at that Mequon address on the 20th?
Yes.
I'm going to first ask you to take a look at Exhibit 1, Picture 254. Ask you recognize that in the context of May 20th.
Yes, I did.
What is that?
The Dodge Caravan.
And was this a Dodge Caravan that you photographed while you were there on May 20th?
Yes, it is.
And did you also take note of at least some items within that particular vehicle?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Picture 321, again, Exhibit 1. Officer, are you the one? Is that another picture you recognize?
Yes.
What do you recognize that as?
The Audi vehicle that was at the property.
So this was a separate vehicle?
Correct.
Did you take the two pictures I've shown you thus far on the 20th, as best you know?
Yes.
Okay. I'm now going to show you what's been marked as Picture 261. And did you at some point look in the minivan?
Yes, I did.
And is this a viewpoint that was familiar to you when you looked in the minivan?
Yes, it is.
And what is that that's on the dashboard, if you know?
It's a receipt from Walmart.
Did you take possession of that
Yes, I did.
and put it in evidence?
Yes.
And if you recall, was it dated May 18th?
Yes, it was.
Okay. I'm going to now show you what's been marked as picture number 262, again from the minivan. Do you recognize that being found in the minivan?
Yes, I do.
Is this again a picture you took?
Yes.
And based on the documents inside this item, whose wallet or billfold is this?
Mr. Anderson?
Then I'm going to ask you to take a look at picture 263. Is that a viewpoint within the minivan that you took a picture of on May 20th?
Yes.
Is that the condition that the minivan looked like it was in when you took those pictures on May 20th?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at 258. Again, is this a picture within that minivan that you took on May 20th?
Yes.
Did you get inside the vehicle, move around in the vehicle to take any of these pictures?
I did not.
So how did you manage to take the group of pictures that you took that day?
From standing on the outside of the vehicle.
Now, did you also go inside the residence as part of the pictures you took?
Yes, I did.
So I'm going to ask you to take a look at picture number 265. Just indicate to me, is this the way the residence looked when you and other officers were involved in searching the residence?
Yes.
In general, where is this located, if you know, within the residence?
On the back porch.
Then I'm going to show you what is listed as photo 266. Ask you, is that also an accurate reflection of what you saw at the residence?
Yes.
And where in the residence is this located?
It's on the first main floor.
Ask you to take a look at picture 267. Is that a picture of a view you recognize from the Mequon residence on May 20th?
Yes.
And what is that a picture of in terms of the area?
That's as far as my recollection, it's also on the first floor.
Okay. Now, is there a television mounted on the wall in this picture?
Yes, there is.
With a couch located on it as well, or by it?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as picture 270, and ask you if you recognize that picture.
Yes.
And where is that? What's the vantage point of that?
That picture is also on the first floor.
Is this, again, still that Mequon address on May 20th?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then finally, can you take a look at picture 297? And is that a picture of a viewpoint you recognize within that Mequon address?
Yes, it is.
Do those appear to be car seats? When I say car seats, I mean seats that fit into a car as to be able to provide extra seating in a car?
Yes, it is.
Ultimately, did you go out to the Mequon address and take a look at the yard and essentially a fire pit at that residence?
Yes, I did.
And if you recall, on the 20th, what's your recollection of the weather on the 20th? On the 19th, you said it was rainy. What about on the 20th, if you remember?
It was not raining.
Okay. And had it rained multiple days before that, to your knowledge?
Yes.
On the 20th, I'm going to ask you to take a look at photograph 264. Ask if you recognize what that is again from May 20th.
That's the backyard of the residence?
And in this picture, can we see a long view of the fire pit?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so where is it?
It's right in the middle of the picture.
And where is the residence, the primary residence, in relation to this picture?
It's from where the picture was taken.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you a photograph 272. And is that a close-up picture of something?
It's the fire pit.
Okay, so that's the same place closer up?
Correct.
When you got to the fire pit on the 20th in midday, what, if anything, did you note about its heat or fire or any of those kind of things?
There were still hot spots within the fire pit itself.
And did you, as part of your work, do some collection of evidence from any contents in the fire pit?
Yes, I did.
So what do you recall about what the operation was to try to recover items from this fire pit in the Mequon location, in the Mequon address?
On the 20th, on this day here, there was a few items that were visible that we collected from the fire pit. We wound up having the Mequon Fire Department come out and lightly spray it down with water, the effect of the hot spots. And then we wound up coming back the next day on the 21st with the Department of Justice to sift through the fireplace.
Okay, what I'm interested in right now is anything you can say was in essentially the top layer of materials. So things, I assume a fire is just like anything else, right? What's on the top appears to be the most recently burned. Would you agree?
I agree.
Okay, so I'm interested in what is, so if you had to dig deep or manipulate deeply to see any items, I'd like you to be sure you tell us that. Does that make sense?
Yes.
As opposed to being surface items that are fairly readily visible in the upper levels. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I'm first going to ask you if within the fire pit, if photograph 273 is familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and so again, is this something where anyone had to dig down deep, or is this on the surface levels, the top levels of this fire pit?
Those are on the surface level.
Okay, so what is first of all, if you could take the pointer again, right? Sorry, and if you could come up there and tell me what the white object is that's sort of in the center of this exhibit, which is Exhibit 273.
This white object here is part of a sock.
So I'm now going to show you on the overhead, first of all, Exhibit 188. This will take a second to switch over. So, do you see Exhibit 188?
Yes.
Is that the same white object that we just looked at?
Yes, it is.
That's a close-up?
Yes.
Are you even better able to identify what that object is in this picture?
I am not.
The white object? No?
This, I believe this is a sock.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you another exhibit. What's the number?
191.
191. Does that appear to be the same object we just showed you?
Yes, it does.
And what is that?
It's a partially burned sock that has word Hanes on
Okay, the word Hanes,
it. Correct?
Hanes.
That's correct.
Okay, and was this in the fire pit itself with all the soot and et cetera that a fire pit has?
Yes.
Okay. The other item that we saw in 273, there was a blue item towards the top, near where the sock was. Were you able to see that as well?
Yes.
And when you saw that, were you able to identify ultimately what that was?
Yes.
What was it?
That was a label from a Lysol bottle.
Okay. Is Lysol a type of bleach?
Yes, it is.
All right. So now I'm going to ask that you take a look at picture 284. Tell me if you can identify 284 in the context of what we just said about 273. Is that the same object?
Yes, it
Is
is.
that a close-up of that object?
Yes.
And again, does it appear to be soot-covered, dirt-covered, or was in a fire pit?
Correct.
Okay. Then ultimately, did you also find some things that you believed were buttons in that fire pit?
Yes.
And were there multiple buttons?
Yes, there were.
So I'm first going to show you picture 189. Do you see an item that is a button in this picture?
Yes, I do.
Can you briefly describe where that's located?
It's on the surface of in the fire pit.
Okay, and ultimately were some buttons then recovered by you?
Yes.
Were there close-up photos taken of some of those?
Yes, there were.
All right, I'm going to now show you what's been listed as 190, I believe. Is this again a picture of a button taken from that fire pit?
Yes, it is.
Now it's sooted and appears to have some damage on it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you able to read the label of that particular button?
We determined it said Levi straw.
Okay, and then I'm going to show you, what's this one?
224.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at Exhibit 224. Are those additionally buttons that were taken from this same fire pit at the Mequon address?
Yes, sir.
And again, are those, were they soot-filled, damaged through the fire?
Yes.
And were you able to identify what label those buttons had?
Yes. You can see it says Levi's and then straw.
Were you able to find any other undergarment type clothing in the fire pit?
Yes, we were.
And what else do you remember finding?
Underwear, you could actually see where it said Fruit of the Loom.
So I'm going to show you what's been
Fruited Loom.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as photo 282. Is 282 the underwear band that you were speaking of?
Yes, it is.
And ultimately, Fruit of the Loom could be read on there?
You can actually see the L and the O in here.
Okay. All of the evidence we've just talked about, did you collect all those pieces of evidence?
Yes.
On May 21st, were you back at the, you can sit back down. On May 21st, were you back at the Mequon address and working on evidence that may have been recovered from the fire pit?
Yes, I was.
And were there any other items that appeared to be possibly connected to footwear that were found in the fire pit that you at least...
Objection, leaving.
What, if anything, did you find related to footwear in the fire pit on May 21st?
Found steel toes that would have been from steel toe shoes.
On May 25th, 2020, what, if anything, can you say you did regarding collecting evidence from any sinks at any locations?
I was directed by my supervisor to go both to the that's 3709 15th Street address and to the Mequon address to actually obtain the contents of the catches and all the sinks at both locations.
And did you do that to the best of your ability?
Yes, I did.
On May 27th, 2020, did you have occasion to attempt or to go to a address in Random Lake, essentially a tree farm, a larger tree farm?
Yes, I did.
And were you part of an effort that involved a number of agencies to look through that address for possible evidence?
Yes.
And pursuant to that, how long were you there on the date of the 27th in your estimation?
I was there for probably 5 or 6 hours at least.
Okay. And then on that same day, did you proceed back to the Mequon address to take samples from a particular item for possible testing as well?
Yes.
And what was that to your, to the best of your memory?
It was a sheet for a knife.
On July 29th, 2020, did you have occasion to go back to the Random Lake address, in other words, that large tree farm?
Yes.
And again, did you participate with multiple parties to, again, do a search of that property?
Yes.
In the two Random Lake visits, were you a person who was a primary evidence collector there, or did you simply have a role to be an assister of looking through what items there might be there?
My primary role is evidence collection.
Okay. Judge, I do have one other area that I'd like to inquire on, but I'd prefer to ask the court's permission before I did that, so it will take a brief moment for me to do that. Otherwise, I'm concluded except for that one area that I wanted permission to go into.
Let's try this room first, if you would, please. Please don't talk about the case. What's that?
Library.
If I could just, you want me to memorialize what my request was?
Yes, why don't you start from the beginning?
So, Judge, in an ability to respond to the inadequate investigation, initial opening statement, as well as cross-examination of multiple witnesses, the state is asking that those things that were sent to the crime lab be able to be explained, and why they were sent to the crime lab be able to be explained. So, in this case, at the Mequon address during this search warrant on the search on May 20th, Officer Van Wee was alerted to a chainsaw found in a shed at that residence, as well as the cadaver dog hit on the fire pit and specifically on a fire poker, which had ash on it that appeared to be from the fire pit. And so both of those items were sent to the crime lab, having employed the cadaver dog to give any indications or clues. Neither of those have blood on them, so they did not end up being an avenue of inquiry that took us any further. But they certainly answer the question: did authorities do enough to investigate other alternative parties as well as this party? Did they employ all of the things that they could employ? And to describe them as sending a chainsaw and a poker to the crime lab without a reason why does not in any way inform the jury that this was an investigation that was thorough in that regard. So I didn't want to do it without bringing it up to the court first, and I have done that. That's my reasoning.
So the state's common ask of the court to be able to bring in what's hearsay evidence because of the defense's opening statement is not rooted in any sort of authority. This is hearsay evidence, whether a cadaver dog hit on something. Officer Van Wee was not the canine handler. There were two other officers who were involved in that, both from the Madison Police, Dane County, Madison Police Department. The state could have called them to testify if they so wished. I think that it is prejudicial because, one, I would not be able to cross-examine this officer on, one, whether those canine dogs were properly trained, whether they hold the proper certifications. Everything that I would normally cross-examine a handler on, I cannot do here. So it would basically be the state putting an argument in a question, and I would not be able to follow up on any cross-examination on that issue. We have a confrontation issue into that regard. Additionally, I don't think it's necessary to establish that component in order for the state to question, did you obtain this evidence? Did you send it to the crime lab? What were the results? I don't see how this otherwise inadmissible information would need to come in.
Yeah, from the state's perspective, Judge, we have a body of case law that says if you open the door, the prosecution is able to bring it up. Obviously, I'm not able to indicate that the cadaver dog has provided something that is proof that there was a cadaver in this location or not. You know, the result of this was no blood was found. It simply indicates that why the officer chose these items. You know, we have meticulously talked, Officer Weicker was on the stand, Widener was on the stand for about an hour and a half, being asked about why he chose each separate item, why each separate item was why he had or had not tested, or etc. I anticipate that to be the same cross of our detective here, who will be asked why each of the items he chose to send to the crime lab was sent to the crime lab. The honest and truthful answer is there was an indicator from a dog. It didn't result in anything, so it's a lead that did not end up doing anything. No one is going to be allowed to make an argument that the cadaver dog indicated, therefore this happened, or therefore there was a cadaver in this fire pit. We're not able to make that kind of argument. What we're able to do is simply indicate that the door's been opened. Here's why they sent this particular item to the crime lab, and it doesn't have any investigative leads that end up happening. And just give you an example, Judge. State v. Harvey at 289 Wisconsin 2nd 222 is a case. It's not a direct case for sure, but it quotes what I think is the major case in Wisconsin, which is, or at least a major case, which is State v. Richardson at 246 Wisconsin 2nd 711.
It seems to me the officer can testify to what he perceived with his own senses. That there was I understand he was there at the time, that the dogs were brought there, or dog was brought there, and he observes the dog's behavior. If he can characterize that from the basis of his own knowledge, either as just as a layperson, or I don't think he needs credentials beyond that. He's not going to be able to say, well, it hit on the fact, even the fact that it's a cadaver dog, because that's going to be hearsay to him. But just that there was a dog, and the dog, we can discuss the dog's behavior, and as a consequence, he took custody of the certain material, and it was sent to the crime lab, period. I don't think he should be allowed to testify to what the result was, although you're not really offering it to prove the truth of what the crime lab said. But he's not going to prove anything. So I think just I sent it to the crime lab, period. You can explore it further if you want.
So,
If I may be heard in response.
Yes, because he's itching to respond to that. So let's see.
which of us should go first?
Chief.
Okay.
So, Richardson, my understanding of it is that the opening of the door occurred in questioning when there was evidence being brought in. Opening statements are not evidence. You can't say that an opening statement opens the door to allow the state to try to introduce all of this hearsay evidence. Second, to the point
Well,
of...
again, it may escape the categorization of hearsay once the opening statement is over. And the opening statement can be the launching pad for that occurring.
The defense maintains the position, though, Your Honor, respectfully, that does not nullify the hearsay rules. There's literally no authority anywhere that says that if there's a statement made in opening statements, that then there's all these hearsay exceptions.
As I have said before, and I have apologized to the jury because of the amount of otherwise hearsay type evidence that's coming in. It's actually concerning to me to have the jury hearing this amount of hearsay type evidence, except that it's not hearsay because it is not being, as a general statement, it's not being offered to prove the truth of what's asserted. So hearsay's off the table. If it's not offered to prove that, it's non-hearsay, case closed. It's being offered to disprove what you told the jury the evidence was going to show.
But that still has to be done in a way that's in accordance with our evidence code.
I totally agree with you, except that when we categorize hearsay, it does not include a statement that an assertion which is not being offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. And this is a perfect example. He's not offering any crime lab results. He's not going to be able to prove that this was or was not one thing or another.
So that
He's offering it for the exclusive purpose that this was part of his investigation.
So to that point, Judge, then the defense would inquire of whether the state intends on calling the crime lab analyst as to the results of this test and these tests, because if not, then this line of questioning would be wholly irrelevant.
Well, and that's a good point, and it would reopen the door to the inquiry as to whether it's being offered to prove the truth of what is asserted, although actually no assertion has been made other than it doesn't prove anything. Now, that in itself, I think, is an assertion in some cases, but I'm not even going to touch that because I don't have to. I'm sure he's aware that that could have the effect of sending the jury into the library again. Okay?
So, you know, our Officer Van Wee is his job there is to collect evidence, right? So he's informed about certain things, and he's told to take evidence and collect it. You know, we have a detective here who's going to indicate part of what we did at Mequon was we called in other agencies who have cadaver dogs, and so those cadaver dogs went through here. And when the cadaver dogs indicated on something, we took it. Those items were taken to the crime lab. I'm not aware of any item that a cadaver dog looked at that resulted in detection of blood.
Why are you going to need another witness to cover this ground that
Well,
you're covering now?
because there's two specific items here, and this detective, and so he's the only person who can say these two tangible items were taken. So the detective is not, you know, he's not the hands-on guy who took the evidence from a location and put it in and packaged it up and sent it on. So the detective has only general knowledge of that.
My concern is that we are getting an enormous amount of information to the jury that, while it is not strictly hearsay, it's also the focus of this case has moved from the state proving its case to the state disproving the defense case. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I don't want to keep going over and over on these same things. So I hope that we don't spend a lot of time with a detective retracing the same footprints that the dog already.
My current intention is to ask two questions, and the court will tell me if this is a course it will not allow. I intend to ask this officer, did you focus and collect? Did you focus on and collect a poker and a chainsaw? Why did you do that? And then I'm done.
But no, then that literally calls for hearsay. Like, that's inadmissible. Why did you do something? And my understanding is, Officer Van Wee, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that he did not observe the dogs hit on the items.
Well, why he would do something would probably pull it out of the hearsay rule had it been there in the first place, because it's a statement of intent, plan, or purpose.
Why can't it simply just be, I was instructed to
You know what,
collect it?
I'm not going to advise him on what he can and can't ask. He knows I'm always here ready to pounce. So if he asks something and you object, then I'll give him my answer. Just on a more delayed basis. All right. Anything else?
No.
Esther, come back in, please. All right, proceed.
Should I continue, Your Honor?
Please.
Officer Van Wee, what, if any, evidence did you collect regarding a chainsaw at the Mequon address on May 20th?
I collected a chainsaw.
Do you recall where that was?
It was inside a work shed.
And what, if any, evidence did you collect regarding a fire poker at the May 20th search at the Mequon address?
I also collected a metal pole that resembled a fire poker,
And where was that located?
also in the workshop.
Why did it look like a fire poker to you?
It was metal, and then I had like burnt in ash at the bottom of it.
And as the evidence collector at May 20th, why did you collect those two items?
I'm going to object, calls for speculation.
No. Well, the objections overruled.
I was informed to collect those.
Based on what information?
I'm going to object hearsay and speculation.
If he's not permitted to testify as to what whomever gave him the direction to do it was thinking, as to why, he can't testify to the command because it's a non-hearsay statement, not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. But
I was informed to collect those two items because a cadaver dog hit on those two items.
I'm going to object. That call is now for a conclusion. It's being offered for the truth of the matter. This witness I'm asking that be struck.
that portion that says a cadaver dog hit on the items is it's an historical fact, or what is claimed to be a historical fact, something that happened, so it becomes an assertion, and the person who made the statement, whoever it was asserting that the dog had done that, and he has not indicated he's got personal knowledge of that, so he's not allowed to relay that information to you. That is classical hearsay, so that objection is sustained. But I'm just striking that portion as to why he picked up the item. Any question?
I have nothing further.
Thank you, Judge. If I can just have a brief moment, because we're going to have to change out the ports for the media so I can put things up on the screen.
Please.
Thank you.
It will.
What is it?
Did you unplug it? No. There's something wrong with your connection. Let me know when you want.
Quite some time ago, in regards to your evidence collections and observations to the stain patterns, things of that nature at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment. Before you go into that, you testified a lot today about the different types of impact, the different types of stain patterns, the impact, passive drop, cast off, those things, correct?
Yes,
And you had testified that you had 40 hours of course training that dealt with bloodstain pattern analysis, correct?
that's correct.
Besides that 40-hour course, what other specific training to bloodstain pattern analyses have you completed?
I've read texts on my own as far as bloodstain pattern analysis goes, and I have experience in the field working with bloodstain patterns.
And besides the 40, and I want to talk about the 40-hour course a little bit. You said that that was a course that basically anyone could attend.
It would be somebody involved in forensics in some part.
But any civilian could attend it too if they wanted to.
I don't know. I don't know if they have to be in forensics or not.
And so in the area of bloodstain pattern analyses, there are mathematical equations that go into analyzing stains, correct?
Correct.
That has to deal with the angles of the stains.
Yes.
And those angles can tell you the point of initial impact.
It can give you an area of, not the exact, because it's not exact science, but it can give you the area.
And it can give you approximately a height of where the impact was caused.
Correct.
And there's mathematical components to it. What training in mathematics do you have?
I have advanced geometry. I have advanced algebra.
Is that a college course that you took?
Yes, it is.
And do you have a PhD in science?
I do not.
And besides your 40-hour course, have you ever taught any courses on bloodstain pattern analysis?
Yes.
How many?
I've taught 2.
Okay. And have you ever taught a more structured class?
Can you define more structure?
Sure, so let's go back a little bit. The 2 classes that you did teach, what were they like?
They were basic evidence courses for new evidence technicians on our department.
So they weren't only about bloodstain pattern analysis.
Correct.
So how many courses have you taught that have just been about bloodstain pattern analysis?
None.
And how many publications do you have as it relates to bloodstain pattern analysis work?
No publications.
And besides, in this case, you wrote a report on your findings as it relates to the stain patterns in this case?
That's correct.
Prior to this case, how many reports have you written on bloodstain pattern analysis work?
I've had bloodstain pattern as part of my reports through my whole entire career. I've never written a separate component of just a bloodstain pattern analysis report on its own.
So 0.
None on its own, but I've written plenty of times reports on bloodstain pattern analysis.
But that's just more of your observation of what you viewed, not any firm opinions on the stains.
Correct.
So as far as firm opinions on stains viewed, prior to this case, you've never written a report to that extent.
Correct.
And how many times have you testified in court as an expert to bloodstain pattern analysis?
None.
You had talked to the jury and to all of us about your course that you took. I've asked you a little bit about it. And you said that you took and completed that course in August of 2021.
It was in 2021, August, sounds about right.
And you were at the scene of Mr. Gutierrez's apartment in May of 2020.
Correct.
So at the time that you were taking these photos and observing the bloodstains in this case, you had not yet completed that 40-hour bloodstain pattern analysis course.
That's correct.
So when you testified earlier about being at hundreds of crime scenes where there's blood present, in those hundreds of situations, you weren't testifying as an expert or acting as a bloodstain pattern analysis expert in those cases.
That's correct.
You had testified that when you arrived on May 19th, 2020 at 3709 15th Street, that you had talked to the lead detectives in the case.
That's correct.
To your understanding, who were those lead detectives?
Detective Korea and Detective Anschutz.
And you talked about how you entered the front of the residence, correct?
Correct.
And Jessica, if you'd be so kind to pull up Exhibit 1, Photo 2. Thank you. And so you said you walked in that front door, correct?
Yes.
And you talked about points of entry into the building and Mr. Gutierrez's apartment, correct?
Yes.
You talked about the screen door to the right of that main door,
Yes.
and there's also a window that went into Mr. Gutierrez's apartment, correct?
Correct.
From being at the crime scene on May 19th, 2020, you're aware that there's also another entry into the main hallway of the building, correct?
Yes.
And that's directly, if you walk in that main door, if you walk all the way back, there's another door that goes out the back.
Correct.
And did you process any evidence there?
No.
Did you take any pictures of that exit or entry?
It's a common door area, so no, I didn't.
Okay. But it could have been a point of entry into that building, correct?
To the building, yes.
And because on the other side of that door is a green area, right?
Yes.
And then up there's and then after the green area, there's another parking lot, correct?
Correct.
So it's accessible to go in and out that way into this building.
Yes.
Thank you, Jessica. I don't need that one anymore. For a lot of the exhibits that we went through, I'm not going to go through each and every one of them again. You talked about the vast majority of them being impact stains, correct?
Correct.
And you had said and told the jury that that happens when something hits and something else that has blood on it, and it's the product of that action, correct?
Yes.
And in your findings and in your opinion, you believed that that was consistent with blunt force trauma, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that there's a very big difference between blunt force trauma and sharp force trauma, correct?
Yes.
And blunt force trauma is more indicative, as you had mentioned before, being hit with something such as a baseball bat or a golf club, a hammer, you had said, correct?
That's correct.
Sharp force injury is going to be something more indicative of something that's sharp, right?
Yes.
Like a knife blade,
Correct.
a scalpel,
Yes.
the blade of an... Correct. Yeah, thank you, Judge. The blade of an axe.
Correct.
Okay. And in your experience, and just your crime scene experience and looking and observing bloody scenes, you'd agree that sharp force impact produces a specific type of stain, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, you did not see a stain that was consistent with sharp force injury, correct?
Sharp force, knife wounds can actually cause drip stains. So there's drip stains on the carpet in that apartment. So like if somebody gets stabbed, blood can drip, gravity will pull that blood down to the ground. So,
But as far as the stains themselves, if we have someone, just an example, that slits someone's throat, that often will create a type of pattern that's very linear in appearance, correct?
As I mentioned earlier, it would, like an artery, if a major artery was cut, it would cause arterial spurt. So there's like a V pattern.
But it's going to be more in a straight line.
Yes.
It's not going to be the impact spatter, random dots that we see consistently throughout this apartment.
Correct.
Those stains, as we stated before, are more in line with blunt force trauma.
That's correct.
And when you are doing a bloodstain pattern analysis, can you explain to the jury a process called road mapping and what that is and how it can be helpful?
Yes. So road mapping would be taking each individual stain. So we looked at a whole lot of different stains today. Road mapping would be taking each individual stain and use tape, like measuring tape, and put it around those stains and through those stains. So it would be for each individual, we would label those stains. Then you also you go a little bit further and you pick random blood stains that have the directionality, that tail we talked about. And you would actually pick like a random amount, like 7 or 8 of them out in all different locations. And then we would mark those and label those.
And that was not done in this case, correct?
Correct.
And that can be helpful in determining sequence of events, correct?
Yes.
And better be able to explain what maybe happened at a place where we see these type of stains, correct?
Can give you the height, so we can after doing reconstruction on it, it can give you an approximate height of where a person was struck. Was struck.
There were a lot of times where the state had asked you about whether the stains were indicative of more than one blow, and you said that there would be a minimum of one. Do you remember answering in that type of way?
Yes.
And you say a minimum of one because you really can't be sure.
In the photos, I didn't see any stains that were on top of stains, which would indicate 2. So because of the fact I didn't see any, or directionality going in different places, because of that, I gave the word minimum.
But it could be more than one.
Correct.
Attorney Kuchkari, if you could be so kind to pull up Exhibit 66. Just for the record, having the state pull up Exhibit 1, Photo 66. You remember testifying at length about the blood splatter on that gray console table that stood about 3 feet high when you first walked into the apartment, correct?
Correct.
And this was one of the stains you talked about that was different from the impact stains that are seen on the front and top of that console.
Correct.
And then, Jessica, if you could just go to Exhibit 67. Thank you. And you also talked about the one that we can see to the right of the stain I was just referring to, that you two said that that's different from the impact stains that were on the front, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that the second one, it does appear that it is overlapping on top of that impact stain pattern, correct?
Correct.
So that would be indicative of that didn't occur at the same time that the impact stains had resulted on that console.
Correct.
And you also talked about how it's a different type of stain, so that could mean something different, right?
Yes.
And it's important to note what stains are different because it could be indicative of something else, such as a suspect being injured, and that could be from them, correct?
It's possible, yes.
And so it's important in evidence processing and technician that if you see an area where there's multiple different types of stains, that you should take a swab from each of those stains to determine if one could possibly be belonging to a suspect, correct?
It would be smart to do that, yes.
Okay, and in this case, those two stains that we see here on the media console that are different from the impact splatter were not swabbed, correct?
I do not know the answer to that.
You did not swab them,
Correct.
and you're not aware if any other officer did or didn't.
Officer Whiteheart conducted the swabs.
Okay. Then, if we could pull up Exhibit 77. This is State's Exhibit 1, Photo 77. This one, when you were testifying, you said that that was different than the other stains seen as well, correct?
It's a passive state.
And passive, as you've explained many times, is just something falling from a bloody source.
Correct. Gravity.
So, well, I think there's always gravity, right? So the main thing is that it's a bloody, something that has blood already on it, right?
Correct.
And so it could be from an item, like if there was a bloody bag, right?
Could be from anything.
It could also be if someone had been cut, could have dropped that way as well.
It's the only drop in that area though, so I would imagine that it came from, if somebody was cut, that you have multiple drops in that area.
So you'd agree though that there were no other stains on the kitchen floor other than this one, correct?
Correct.
And that even on the floor, the carpet, as much as you could see, there weren't any other passive drop stains, correct?
In that direct area.
There was not.
There was, I believe, a couple possible ones in front of that table, that little gray table.
Sure, but you'd agree this is behind the gray table in the kitchen.
Correct.
So I'm saying in that immediate area right there before the kitchen, there were not any other passive drop stains that you had observed.
That is correct.
Okay. And so did you swab this?
I didn't take swabs.
Okay. And you don't know if anyone else had swabbed that particular location?
I do not know.
And one of the things too, the state had asked you a little bit on passive drop stains, the size of the stain is indicative of how far away the source of that blood was from where you can see the stain, correct?
Yes.
And so you said you wouldn't be able to make that determination without doing without doing it in an experiment.
Correct.
So how many experiments did you do in this case to determine in the areas where you had passive drops, how far the item or individual would have to have been from the location that that drop was seen?
Again, I did not attend that school until after this, so I did not do any experimentations.
And there were no experimentations at all as it relates to the blood evidence in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And there are things that are available, such as reconstruction experiments.
Yes.
There's also experiments that you could do to determine potential weapons, correct?
Yes.
So an experiment you could have done was to determine what kind of weapon was done here, used in this situation, but that wasn't done, correct?
I can say that there has not been any blood reconstruction on my department in the 20 years that I've worked there.
And you don't have a murder weapon, correct? To be able to determine what caused the stains necessarily.
Correct.
On direct examination, you were asked about a latex glove that was found in the bathroom.
Yes.
And did you swab, or do you know if that was swabbed or sent to the crime lab?
I do not.
Did you take it into evidence?
I collected for evidence, yes.
Okay, did you see blood on that glove?
I did not.
And so we see all this blood in here. even if someone was wearing gloves, based on the blood stains that we can see, it's highly probable, in your opinion, that there would have been blood on the gloves of the assailant.
Objection. Seems like it would be speculative.
The amount of blood that you see here, is it likely or is it possible that some of this blood would have wound up on the individuals who were inside of that apartment?
Yes.
And in your experience, if there's gloves, if you wear gloves, and there's blood on a glove, if you're touching surfaces, there could be transfer stains, correct?
Objection. The evidence is that this glove had no detectable blood on it, so it's hypothetical of a fact, not an evidence in this case.
My understanding is the state's offering Mr. Van Wee as an expert, so I can give him a hypothetical question.
If it's relevant.
Correct. And if the state's going to continue a theory that the assailant in this case was wearing gloves, I think that would be relevant. They've opened that door.
Go ahead.
Thank you. You can answer the question if you remember.
If somebody had blood on their glove hand and were touched the surface, there would leave transfer stains from the blood.
And you didn't see any transfer stains from what appeared to be a hand or anything in this particular case?
Correct.
There were points where you talked about specific patterns. We saw it on, primarily I think where you were talking about it was the white tables that were close to the patio door, and you said that that type of pattern could be indicative of really one of two things: an aspiration missed, or that resulting from a gunshot. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you had said that there was no evidence of a gun being used. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
What did you mean by that? That there was no evidence of a gun being used in this case?
So if a gunshot actually goes all the way through, so perforates somebody, that doesn't just penetrates, goes in and stays in. If it perforates and goes in one side and exits the other, it's gonna, first of all, the bullet's gonna travel and strike somewhere else in that apartment. So on a wall or a piece of furniture or something. There was no evidence of any bullet strikes in that residence. And also we didn't recover any shell casings, anything related to gun evidence in that apartment.
So I want to walk through that a little bit. So you're aware, you've obviously been an officer for a very long time. You're aware that there are different types of bullets, correct?
Correct.
And there are some bullets that when they make an impact into an individual, they expand or explode in an individual, correct?
Correct.
So if a bullet like that was used, then you wouldn't necessarily find a bullet hole because it wouldn't have gone out of a person, correct?
Right, that's why I said if it penetrates, it doesn't perforate.
So there are situations where a gun can be used that you wouldn't have that clean cut through and then see a bullet hole or any indication of any bullet fragments in a room, correct?
If a bullet does not exit a person, then stays in the person, and somebody either collects their shell casing or uses a revolver, we would not have evidence of it.
So just so we're clear then, in situations a gun could be used and it's possible then you wouldn't find evidence of fragments or a hole in the wall.
Correct.
Then you talked, I think you just mentioned it right now, about a revolver, but there are types of guns that you wouldn't produce a casing, or a casing wouldn't be ejected from a firearm, correct?
Correct.
A revolver was one of them because after it's shot, the casing stays in, I don't know the proper term on a revolver, on the cylinder yet, correct?
Yes.
So just because there aren't casings found at a scene does not mean that a gun was not used, correct?
Correct.
And there's also mechanisms that can be used to silence the sound of a gun, correct?
Yes.
So then perhaps neighbors wouldn't hear a gunshot in a normal way that people think, oh, I heard a gunshot.
Correct.
Some silencers can sound like a thud, correct?
Yes.
All right. So now looking at the fact that there are cases where guns are used where you wouldn't find casings, people wouldn't hear gunshots, and there are no recovered bullets or fragments, it could be that the pattern you observed on that table was a product of a gunshot.
No.
Why are you saying no?
It would have to be a perforating injury to leave that. It would have to be exit. So you have forward spatter and you have back spatter issues. If somebody gets shot and the entry wound will produce what's called back spatter, it'll come back towards the gun. And it doesn't have an impact pattern stain like is observed on the table. In order to produce that, it would have to exit out the back. So that bullet would have traveled all the way through that person and then struck something else in the apartment. So that would give us evidence of a gunshot.
Okay. So then it's aspiration missed.
It's either aspiration or it's an impact pattern. It's just, it looked to me and Officer Wider that pattern that observed was different. It was smaller than what I observed in other places in the department.
So you can't be sure as it relates to that pattern.
Correct.
Okay. If we could pull up Seats Exhibit 1, photo 139. So in this picture, remember you had explained to the jury that these dots that we see are passive drops, correct?
Yes.
There's also, though, what appears to be some sort of smearing pattern in this picture, correct?
Correct.
So if you don't mind, I hate to make you get up, but if you could use that nice pointer stick and show the jury where you see that smearing pattern.
In this area here, around this area.
Okay, thank you. And you can sit back down. And can you explain to the jury what a smear pattern indicates?
Not actually it wouldn't be a smear pattern. Smear has a totally different terminology as far as in blood stain pattern analysis. I reserve comment on that stain in particular. They have the appearance of transfer stains for blood, like if somebody's clothes has blood on it and it rubs against an area like carpet like that. That's the appearance that it has to me, but I did not give an opinion on that just based on the fact that I'm not positive.
Okay, so it's either a smear or a transfer.
Can't be a smear.
It can't be a smear, so you're saying it could be a transfer.
Correct.
Could this be, in your experience, could this be an indicator of a potential struggle between two people?
It's possible.
If we could pull up State's Exhibit 1, photo 145. The void, you remember testifying about that?
Yes.
Okay, and so there's, in that pool of blood, you observed the blood yourself.
Yes, sir.
And was it still wet?
There was areas of dampness.
Okay, so it wasn't completely dry.
Correct.
And so in this area where we can see the line and on the left, so the left of the square or the rectangle, the void that we see, you see that there's this blood that goes into the void, correct?
Correct.
So can you explain that, how that would have happened?
Through saturation or that object or that area carpet could have been also moved with something still right there causing blood to continue to pool up.
Okay. And from what you can observe here in the void, there would, in your opinion, if there was a rug there and we see this void, is it likely that there was blood on that rug?
Yes.
And I want to talk back in context of this and passive drops and impact stains, it's possible that if you have a bloody item, it doesn't have to be a body or anything like that, and you throw it up against something, that too could produce impact stains, correct?
You're gonna have to repeat that, sorry.
Sure. I guess have a bloody balloon,
Okay.
right? I don't actually, but you know, this is just the hypothetical. I have a bloody balloon. I throw it up against this table and it hits the speaker. In that situation, the impact could be caused from this non-human, non-person item, correct?
It's gonna be transfer from the blood on the balloon onto the desk. It's not gonna be impact.
No, not if it hits the speaker and let's say there's an imaginary wall in front of council table, there could be impact spatter from that point of impact, correct?
Impact spatter has to have a certain speed. So what you're talking about, that scenario you're talking about, there's no way unless you're throwing that balloon over 25 feet per second, that's gonna leave impact spatter.
Okay, so impact spatter is only going to be produced when you have some sort of, not high velocity, but there needs to be a significant amount of velocity.
Correct.
So there's also a physics component then to blood stain pattern analysis?
Worded like that.
Okay, do you have any physics training?
I do not.
Okay. If you could pull up exhibit, I believe it's 162. This is, it's really small, hard to see, but the cast off pattern on the ceiling.
Yes.
And so cast off, I think you explained it, but I just want to be clear, is when you have an item that has blood on it and then when it's moved, that item produces the cast off.
Blood would come off that item as it's flung?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And so previously you had mentioned a baseball bat.
I give a few different examples as to what could cause that.
So let's use the baseball bat example. If there's blood on a baseball bat, it could produce cast off.
Yes.
And the state had questioned you about the stains that were observed on the seat of the couch, the saturation stains.
Yes.
And there had been some mention of the multiple different ways that it could be caused. And one of the ways that you talked about was if there was some sort of cut to an artery. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
But arteries can be basically cut from blunt force trauma as well, correct?
It could happen.
Okay. And if there's something being used that, let's say, is wooden in material and is starting to shard off and you have pieces of exposed wood, that impact could cause damage to an artery, correct?
Yes.
And there's different points. Your artery is not just in your neck, to your knowledge, correct?
It's not just in your neck.
Okay, so there's other areas of a body that could be that could cause an arterial injury other than the neck and area.
Yes.
Okay. And so I want to then go to the if we could get exhibit 71. So this was the piece of wood that you had found that had blood and a potential hair or fiber on it, correct?
It looks like there's a couple of those.
Okay. You said there's a couple of pieces of wood?
Correct.
There was some wood on the couch too, correct? So based on that, based on this presence of wood, the presence of wood that's been saturated with an amount of blood, did you come to any opinion on those findings?
The opinion would be assumed by anyone that if we have wood splinters and we have impact spatter on walls, that somebody was hit with a wooden object.
Okay. If we could pull up Exhibit 1, Photo 203. You had testified that there was what appeared to be impact stains near the air conditioning unit and on the vertical blinds, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't swab those because you weren't swabbing, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of any officers who swabbed those areas?
I do not know if Officer Weiner if this swab that area or not.
Okay. And you would agree that these were pretty, I don't want to use the word remote, but they were pretty far away from other stains that you had observed, correct?
At just about every wall, of the living room. Like, so that's the north wall, the east wall right next to it has impact fire stains, and then you have the door over there. So, it's not far off from other areas that have impact fire stains.
But the table that was right there, the white tables, those could have been possibly moved, correct?
Which table?
The white tables,
Objection. Calls for speculation whether a table could have been moved.
I can rephrase it, Judge. I'll just rephrase. The white tables that had like the rocks and the remotes that you observed this potentially aspiration or impact stains. You don't know if that table was there at the point of impact, correct? In that location.
Correct.
And if we could have Exhibit 1, Photo 218. Did you observe any stains on the item behind the couch where we see the saturation stains? I think it was, and there was nothing directly behind there, correct?
There's no stains observed behind there.
So did that play into your analysis at all, the fact that behind where those saturation stains are, there was no impact or any type of stain patterns observed?
There's impact right above. You can see them in that picture.
Right above the tire?
Correct.
On the wall?
Yes.
And so is it, in your opinion then, that the blow that caused the saturation stains or whatever caused the saturation stains produced the stains that were observed on that back wall above that tire?
Can you answer that one more time? I apologize.
The blow, what you observed there, the stains on the couch and the stains on the wall, is that indicative of one event?
No.
Okay, so there could have been more events in that area.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. You had testified about a shoe mat in the living room area that had been moved at some point, correct?
Correct.
And you knew it had been moved because there was patterns behind that?
Yes.
Did you or anyone, if you know, swab that shoe mat for DNA?
I do not know.
Did you observe any shoes in the apartment?
I can't recall at this point.
Do you remember reviewing a video of the crime scene that officers had made?
Yes.
And do you remember from that video, and that was a video that was taken, to your knowledge, immediately when officers arrived, correct?
It was one of the first things we did after we conducted an initial walkthrough.
But you didn't change anything or touch anything after that initial walkthrough, before you took the video?
Correct.
Because you wanted to take the video to preserve the scene as it was at that time upon arrival.
Correct.
And you remember that the lights were turned off when that first entry was made, correct?
Yes.
That there were no lights on in the apartment.
I do not recall there were any lights on the roof.
I have more photos to show you, but I'll come back to them because I'll be up by the Elmo for a little while. I think you've already seen all these photos. Unless you So on May 20th, 2020, you responded to Mr. Anderson's home and you were instructed to take photos of the Dodge Caravan, correct?
Correct.
And you had noted that you observed a small reddish stain above the steering wheel, correct?
Yes.
And then on the driver's side rear panel, above where the carpet was cut out, you observed another small reddish dried substance, correct?
That's correct.
And then on the cloth interior roof of the driver's side rear, you also observed a small reddish dried substance, correct?
Correct.
And then you had gone through the rest of the property and taken photos of other items that you believed to be of evidentiary value, right?
Yes.
And do you remember observing a bottle of bleach in the inside back, towards the inside back door?
Yes, I did.
Showing you what's been previously marked as Defense Exhibit 155. Was that the bottle of bleach you observed on Mr. Anderson's property?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 156. Is this the same bottle?
Yes.
Close up?
Correct.
Okay, and you'd agree that there's a lot of dirt and dust on top of the bottle?
You can see some dirt on the bottle, yes.
Okay, and it might be better, sometimes this doesn't produce the best image. If I hand you the exhibit, on the lid of the bleach bottle, do you see dust?
Yes, I do.
And it seems to be undisturbed, correct?
For the most part, yes.
Indicative that that bottle has been there or somewhere collecting dust for some time prior to the date you took it.
Well, objection for the officer to conclude what duration dust constitutes, including some time, seems a little speculative.
I can rephrase. In your day-to-day experience as a human being, this amount of dust wouldn't be from 2 days, correct?
Same objection. Depends on where you are, et cetera.
I think it would not qualify as an expert opinion, any more than I would have guessed that it was 100 years to get that grime up there on Abraham Lincoln's words. He's giving an estimate that every one of you is just as capable of giving. But of course, whether there's grime on the bottle, you can put that shelf on the shelf for 100 years under the right circumstances. It would be pristine and under certain humidity conditions and wind and dust, it could get quite grimy. So I'll let him answer, but your personal experience is probably as informative as, but he actually saw it. Go ahead.
You can answer.
Okay. There's dust on top of that bottle. I don't know where that bottle's been or if it's been in an environment or dust was moved around and went on top. I can't attest to the amount of time it took for that dust because I don't know what environments it's been in.
Okay. Do you remember if this bottle was full, empty? Do you remember any of that?
I remember there's fluid in it. I don't remember if it was full.
Okay. Package items as well?
I did.
Okay. So I'm going to hand you, I think this actually needs to be marked. Not marked? He does it. We did not work anything to you. I'm going to hand you has been marked as defense exhibit 233. If you could just inform the jury what's in that box.
This is the Clorox Beach bottle.
Okay, and that you collected that we just saw in defense exhibits 156 and 155.
Correct.
If you could please open that.
Sure.
Okay, you want to just put it here, and from picking it up and holding it, how full would you say it is?
It's full.
Completely?
Yes.
Okay, did you want to open it to see if the seal's been broken?
Want me to?
Yeah,
All right.
thank you.
I was not able to tell if the seal on there broken at all,
But and from looking into it, you don't have to put your face all the way up to it. It's completely full.
the liquid up there.
Okay.
We can't hear you. I'm sorry.
You can see the liquid up to where my finger's at.
So there's a little
He's
bit,
indicating with his finger.
about 2.5 inches down.
Down from the very top of the.
Exactly.
And the answer about whether the seal had been broken, I'm sorry, I missed it.
I didn't notice the seal broken out when I opened it.
Okay.
Thank you. You can just put it back in the box if you don't mind.
Sure.
Just keep it there. so back to the Dodge Caravan. I want to show you it's been marked as Defense Exhibit 63. Again, the Elmo's not that great, but this is what you observed and took pictures of, correct?
Yes.
And so do you see the stain that you were referring to?
In this picture, I don't.
Okay. And if you need to look at the actual photo opposed to what's on the screen, but you'd agree that the dashboard is quite dirty and dusty, correct?
Yes, I see there's what appears to be dirt on it.
Okay, and if I hand you the picture, because I think you can better see it, does it appear to be dusty as well?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 64. Do you see the stain that you were referring to in this photo?
I believe I do.
Okay, if you don't mind going up and pointing it out to the jury. Okay. And this picture too also shows the dust and other items on the dashboard, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to pull up what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 135. This was a trailer camper that was on Mr. Anderson's residence property, correct?
Yes.
And that was searched?
Not by me, but I'm sure it was searched.
You took photos of it though, right?
Correct.
When you took photos of it, you didn't find anything of evidentiary value in that camper, correct?
Correct.
Showing what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 136. This was the dumpster and other items, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't, when you were taking photos, you did not find anything of evidentiary value, correct?
On my recollection, nothing was pointed out to me.
Sorry, what exhibit was that? Sorry.
Sure, no, it's fine. It was 136, Defense Exhibit 136. No problem. And then the state showed you other pictures of Mr. Anderson's home or property. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 140. You took this photo, correct?
That appears to be.
And it was clear from when you were taking photos that that property was under some sort of contracting work.
Yes.
Show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 141. This is just another photo of the contents of that dumpster, correct?
Yes.
And this was before other officers started emptying it, correct?
Correct.
You took photos throughout that whole process?
No.
Just the beginning and the end?
Correct.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 143. This was an area that also had remnants of some sort of reconstruction project, correct?
Yes.
You didn't locate any items of evidentiary value when you were taking photos of this area, correct?
Again, I didn't do the searching, I was just doing the photographing.
You weren't asked to photograph anything specific in this area.
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 144. This was also on Mr. Anderson's property, correct?
Yes.
And you were instructed to take photos of it, right?
Correct.
But you weren't told to take any items of specific, photos of any specific items.
Correct.
The state had also shown you some pictures of the Audi, showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 157. You took this photo of the Audi.
Yes, I did.
When you were taking photos of the Audi, did you observe anything of evidentiary value?
No, I did not.
No bizarre stains?
No.
No, no bizarre stains. Sorry, Madam Reporter.
Bizarre, is that the word?
Bizarre,
Yeah,
Bizarre stains.
as opposed to a
normal stain.
normal
Yeah.
stain.
didn't observe any human remains in that car, correct?
Correct.
You didn't observe any murder weapons in that car, correct?
No weapons.
Showing what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 158, just another angle of the Audi, correct?
Correct.
Again, nothing of evidentiary value that you saw.
Did not see anything of evidentiary value.
Another angle, 159, correct?
Yes.
Defense Exhibit 160, this is the content of the trunk in the Audi.
Yes, it is.
Again, you did not observe anything of evidentiary value, correct?
Correct.
Defense Exhibit 161, back passenger side of the Audi, correct?
Yes.
You did not observe anything of evidentiary value.
Correct.
Defense Exhibit 162, the complete back seat of the Audi, nothing of evidentiary value, correct?
Correct.
When you were in Mr. Anderson's van, you had processed some items in there for evidence, correct?
I never went inside his van, so
When you were taking the photos,
I didn't go inside the van.
did you take any paperwork out of the van?
I personally didn't, but it was taken out of it.
Okay. And do you remember that was in the evidence in the property was labeled as miscellaneous paperwork?
It's possible.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 154. Does this appear to be the paperwork, to your knowledge, if you know, that was taken out of Mr. Anderson's van?
Are we talking about originally from the scene, or are we talking about when I had to go back into the glove box? Into the underneath seat?
You have to tell me.
Okay. Because I was sent back to where this car is in evidence. We took stuff out at the scene in Mequon, and then I got sent back there in, I think, July or sometime later on to go obtain evidence from underneath the driver's seat drawer. I think that was at your request. So.
This would have been from the first time.
Okay, so from the first time around, that is paperwork that was handed to me.
This paperwork is handed to you.
Correct.
Okay. And that was Defense Exhibit 154. When you were at Mr. Gutierrez, actually strike that before I go there, you had observed did you observe the fire pit that was excavated at the tree farm?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 70. Can you describe what this is for the jury?
That is a large fire pit that's located in the tree farm in Random Lake.
Okay, and this red tape, can you explain to them why that's there?
The Department of Justice set up sectors through that entire fire pit so that you could label each sector with like a corresponding letter and number, so that when stuff is taken out of that area, you can say it came out of from A or B or C or section C, D or so on.
So you'd agree this is a very methodical process?
Yes.
And I'm going to zoom in here. Can you explain to the jury what those green buckets are for?
The green buckets were collecting the contents from the fire pit. So each green bucket was labeled with a corresponding sector that the contents came out of.
And to your knowledge, they took all of the contents out of this burn pit? If you don't know, that's fine.
Yeah, it's not that I don't know. They took everything up down to where you're seeing it right now.
Okay.
So.
Show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 71. You'd agree that this is just another angle of that burn pit process?
Correct.
And Defense Exhibit 72, another photo of the burn pit at the tree farm with the buckets.
Yes.
And Defense Exhibit 74. This is before or after, if you know that the grid system was put up.
Yes, I have.
Take a 10 to 15 minute break. Let's not talk about the cases during the break. Yeah, just set up a hearing on our calendar for this. It doesn't even have a case number yet.
Okay.
Just,
Hello?
would you come down, please?
Okay.
Thank you. It doesn't have a case number because I have to have a little bit of a semi-hearing to determine if it's to be sealed or not.
Okay.
But, yeah, he didn't, well, it's taken care of. Yeah. All right. Go ahead, Ms. Mom. Had I already signed that paper?
So I just shown you some photos of the burn pit excavation at the tree farm.
Correct.
You had also been aware of the work that they did on the burn pit at Mr. Anderson's home, correct?
Yes.
And similar to that, they did a grid of the burn pit and put the contents in buckets, correct?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 227. Can you explain to the jury what that is?
Those are the 5-gallon buckets that the contents from the fire pit were put into.
And Defense Exhibit 228, just a different picture of those buckets, correct?
Yes.
And then Defense Exhibit 229, this is our individuals from agencies sifting through all of the contents of the burn pit, correct?
Correct.
And that too is a meticulous process of the burn pit, correct?
Yes.
Going back to Mr. Gutierrez's house, had you gone to that location, 3709 15th Street, during the evening hours?
On which day?
On any date? Had you ever been there in the evening when it was dark?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 57. That, above the lettering 3709 or numbering, is a light, correct?
Yes.
And that was on during the nighttime hours, correct?
I do not recall.
And then you also took photos of the dumpsters at the property around 3709 15th Street, correct?
I know photos were taken. I do not know if I know what took.
All right. If I showed you, would that help refresh your memory?
May.
Here, I'm going to show you here.
Yeah, I'm not positive because I know other officers prior to my arrival took photos of the dumpsters.
Okay. So going back to the burn pit at Mr. Anderson's home, you previously testified that you had located or seen a sock. Is correct?
Yes.
But you didn't see any blood on that sock, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't swab that sock or process it for DNA evidence?
Correct.
You don't know if any other officers did?
Correct.
Then you had noted that you had seen multiple buttons that were recovered from the burn pit,
Yes.
and that you determined that they were from Levi Strauss pants.
Some of them were, yes.
And had you observed pants that Mr. Anderson had been wearing?
No.
But it's possible that those multiple buttons came from different pairs of pants, correct?
Correct.
You talked about the fact that there were what appeared to be tops from steel-toed boots.
Yes.
You'd agree that you're not a shoe expert, correct?
Correct.
That's just from you observing it what you believed it to be.
Correct.
But you also recovered from the scene a pair of work boots, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
And you gave me what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 234. If you could open it, please. And before you open it, if you could tell the jury what your understanding of what the contents of that box are.
These are red wing, brown steel toe boots.
That you recovered from Mr. Anderson's property, correct?
That's correct.
And you did not observe any blood on those boots, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. You can just place them back in the box. So other evidence that you had gathered were fluids that you had collected from the sink catches at Mr. Anderson's home, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain what a sink catch is to members of the jury?
Sure. So at in the lower portion of your sink, if it's like in your bathroom, let's just say, usually there's a cabinet. Inside that cabinet, there's a little U, and that U holds contents when it goes down, the water. So what I did, I shut the water off, and I took the U off and emptied those contents into jars.
And what's the reason for doing that?
My supervisor had me do that just to see if there's any evidentiary value to any biological fluids or anything inside it.
So when you say evidentiary value to the fluids, basically do you process that and collect it because if someone had washed something down the drain or was cleaning bloody hands,
Correct.
that it could be that some of those contents are found in the catch?
Right.
So you obtained the fluid from the sink catch in the kitchen sinks that were there at Mr. Anderson's residence.
Yes.
And that kitchen sink had 2 catches, correct?
Correct.
And you collected the fluid from both those catches?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, there was nothing of evidentiary value found in that catch, correct?
I collected it and put it in evidence.
Okay. And then you also collected the fluid from the sink catch in the downstairs bathroom.
Yes.
And then you said when you were doing this that you couldn't collect the fluid from the upstairs bathroom sink because it was not workable.
Correct.
And then at 3709, you also did the same process with catches in Mr. Gutierrez's apartment.
Yes.
And that was from the kitchen sink catch
Yes.
and the bathroom sink catch.
Yes.
When you had gone to the tree farm on May 27th, 2020, you took overall photos of the scene there.
Yes.
And you did not find or see any human remains.
That's correct.
And you didn't find any bloody items.
Correct.
And you didn't find a body.
Correct.
And you didn't find what appeared to be a murder weapon.
Correct.
And then when you were at Mr. Anderson's residence, you also, when taking photos, did not find or photograph any human remains.
Correct.
No body.
Correct.
And no what was determined to be a murder weapon.
I collected some items. I can't comment as to whether it was a murder weapon or not.
You collected a hammer, knife, things of that nature.
Correct.
But you didn't test those or anything.
Objection. He doesn't test any items. I think that's very
I
clear.
did not hear you, sir.
He doesn't test any items. I think he's testified to that multiple times.
Well, he has.
Those items you just collected because you were asked to collect them, but you don't know what happened afterwards.
That's correct.
But you didn't photograph any bloody evidence at that scene.
Correct.
And you had talked about a sheath. Do you remember being asked those questions about a sheath that you processed?
Yes.
And that one you did swab what appeared to be a red fluid substance on that sheath, correct?
Dried substance, correct?
Yeah. And then, but when you swabbed it, it didn't produce a red substance on the swab tip.
Correct.
Do not have any further questions subject to recross.
Any redirect?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Officer Van Wee, you were asked some questions in cross-examination about your need for math, I think specifically trigonometry, and whether that was necessary for an individual like yourself to render opinions. If you have not taken trigonometry, do you have a method that you can easily utilize to make sure that the math is taken care of?
Yes.
What do you use?
Scientific calculator.
Okay, and so using a scientific calculator, have you ever had any issues in terms of doing the reconstruction or doing any of the sort of things that you were trained to do in your 40-hour course?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions about your crime scene experience with something called sharp force trauma. Do you recall those questions on cross?
Yes.
And sharp force trauma is essentially when someone is stabbed with an object. That's another way of saying that, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to object. This is all leading.
Sustained.
What, if anything, can you say about what you would expect to see at a scene if somebody experiences sharp force trauma? So in other words, what are the crime scene signs that you would see if there's a sharp force trauma that is a part of an incident?
I'm going to object for relevance as to what he would generally see in other scenes.
Well, this was all examined on cross-examination. Go ahead.
There's a lot of variables involved with stabbings. So it depends on how many times somebody was stabbed. You're going to see in the clothing that somebody's wearing. So, but generally you're going to see a lot of drip stains because of the fact that blood's going to be dripping down from that bloody source.
And what if anything, can you say about the crime scene that you testified to? Was there abundant drip stain evidence in this case?
There's a lot of drip stains between the dinette area and the living room where the blood saturation stain is.
Now, you were asked a question or answered a question by talking about arterial spurt. Do you recall bringing that concept up as part of what you were asked on cross?
Yes.
Okay, and you were asked, well, could you puncture an artery by using a blunt force object, or it breaks off in shards? Remember being asked those kind of questions?
Yes.
What would you expect to be the most common way a person would puncture an artery?
Objection, relevance, and speculation.
So, Judge, the question was asked whether these other things are possible. So he is an individual who's seen a number of crime scenes. Wouldn't it be relevant for him to tell us what is most common in his experience?
If we wanted to sit down with him and have him recount all of his police experiences, yeah, that'd probably be very educational. But we have limited time to get the case done. And I imagine these people can pretty well understand for themselves the various methods and plus some that people could use to inflict injuries upon themselves or others.
Okay. Thank you. Officer, you were asked a question about whether gloves would, a person wearing gloves where they receive blood on those gloves, whether you would expect to or would expect to find evidence of transfer. Do you recall being asked that question on cross?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated in response as well that you were specifically not aware of any transfer evidence in this case. Do you recall being saying that?
Correct. There's nothing obvious.
So I'm going to ask you to turn your attention to Exhibit 1, photo 54 for just a minute. Just to direct you, is this a picture you previously identified as the doorknob on the interior door? So after you come out of the hallway, it's the doorknob you would use to close the door and be inside?
Yes.
And you indicated that there was blood on this in your direct testimony. Is that right?
That's correct.
And when you were asked the question, was there any evidence to you of transfer stains? Were you remembering this exhibit, Exhibit 54?
That's a possibility that that's a transfer stain. I just don't think there's enough conclusively to say that that is indeed a transfer stain.
Okay.
But there's a possibility.
Is it consistent with a transfer stain?
It's really too small to tell. but there is some consistency to it, yes.
So can you, with the pointer, just point out what area of this doorknob, and again, this would be the door that would close the door from the hallway.
Objection asked and answered
What's been
about
asked?
what doorknob this is.
Just
Go ahead.
Okay.
answer the question, please.
So can you point out with the pointer where on this interior doorknob you're saying there's evidence that at least would be consistent with transfer? Okay, thank you. You were asked to identify some smearing patterns, possible smearing patterns on the floor near where the blood had pooled. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So I'm going to ask you if you could bring up Exhibit 139 or Picture 139. You recall being asked about this?
I don't object. This is all extremely cumulative.
I'm countering things that were said on cross.
Go ahead, just.
I can go ahead. Do you recall being asked about this pattern?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you were asked whether this could be a sign of a struggle. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so this could be an individual who is bleeding with clothes on, and they are in some way struggling at that location.
Objection, leading, and speculative.
Your Honor, the counsel asked whether it could be a struggle.
And I was cross-examining where I can ask leading questions.
Understood. And I'm just directing.
Well, and direct it to the finish line.
I want to turn your attention to Picture 218 for just a moment. So there's a number of bloodstains on here, correct?
Correct.
Is there anything about the bloodstains that we can see in this that are inconsistent with a person being stabbed as part of what happened on that couch?
I'm going to object, calls for speculation as to what occurred.
I don't think it does, actually. Objections overruled.
Is there anything about this that says that part of what happened could not be that a person was stabbed?
No.
You were shown a picture of a bleach bottle and also shown a bleach bottle where you lifted it up and told us how much was in there, right?
Correct.
Did that bleach bottle that you looked at here in the courtroom still have its label on it?
Yes, it did.
So is that the same bleach bottle, if you know, as the bleach bottle that you found the label for in the fire pit?
It was not.
It's a separate bleach bottle?
Correct.
Okay. You indicated as to Exhibit 226, do you recall there was a number of pieces of paperwork that were in an exhibit that you saw?
Yes.
Now, I couldn't quite tell from your testimony, so just please clarify for me. Are you certain that you are the person who collected that paperwork, or do you not know for sure?
So I didn't take anything out of the van. It was handed to me. So I didn't.
So
I photographed it.
So I'm just going to ask you, if my records indicate that Officer Giovannini collected those materials,
Okay.
what, if anything, can you tell me about whether you were involved in the collection of those materials?
Then I was not.
Okay. And so you were asked a question on cross about whether those materials came from the van, were you not?
Correct.
Okay. If I add that piece of information,
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. It's completely speculative. The witness has already answered then that he did not receive those items. So what happened or where those items came from, he can't testify to. It would be hearsay. The other officer could testify to that.
Judge, he was specifically asked the question, did you take this stuff out of the van? I think the jury is left with the misimpression that this material is from the van. I think I have an ability to clarify because Only one officer took materials from the van. It's this officer.
The objection's overruled.
Okay. So, officer, now that you know that Officer Giovannini may be the person who took that paperwork, do you know for a fact whether that paperwork is from the van or not?
I do not.
Now, you were shown in cross-examination a number of buckets that were in a van or a truck, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you believe those are from the burn pit that occurred at the Mequon residence?
That I don't know.
Oh, you don't know where those buckets are from? Okay.
From those pictures,
Yeah.
which I do not believe I took, I don't know which fire pit those came from, if it was Mequon or if it was Random Lake.
Okay. In any case, you've testified to a number of items you took from the burn pit. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I'm talking about Mequon.
Correct.
Some buttons, underwear, and sock, right?
Correct.
Okay. If you can you tell us, were those taken from the top area of the burn pit, or were they the kind of items that were only recovered in buckets at later layers?
They were recovered before we did the bucket system.
Okay. And so where would they be in terms of top to bottom of that burn pit?
The top, because they were visible to our eyes when we were looking at the fire pit.
One of the things that one of the things that you were asked about was whether you had found components of steel-toed boots, in other words, the steel toes, and you were shown a set of boots, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall being shown this picture and being asked to identify whether you had found? Oh, 280. I apologize. If you take a look at 280, does this picture depict those steel toes, or at least a depiction of the steel toes that you discovered in this case?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to take a look at States 118. Do you have gloves up there still?
No.
Is he cutting open? Okay. You could open 118 for me. Take a look inside, and my first question for you is if you could tell me, are those the steel toes or the components that we're talking about that you yourself saw in the fire pit in the Mequon address on the 20th of May, 2020?
Yes, this is the steel toe that was observed in the fire pit.
Do those appear to be in the same condition as you saw them back on May 20th, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Is there one or two of them in the bag?
One.
All right. And thank you. And can you indicate, do those appear to be the actual ones that you saw at the time?
I don't object to the use of a plural term. There's only one.
Did I say they?
Yes.
Does that steel toe appear to be one of the ones you found at that time?
Yes.
Is the other one that you found similar in appearance from your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, Judge, I'd move admission of this exhibit based on his testimony.
Is there objection?
No.
Proceed.
I think this. Judge, I want the jury to get a chance to see it. The officer held it up. Can you just inquire of the jury, did they get a chance to see it, or would they like him to hold that up then?
Anyone? Well, why don't you hold it up, officer? I think we want a better view. if they so.
Oh, I'm sorry, are there two?
There's one in.
I think they're together.
Yeah, there's one inside the other. So
Okay,
it's-
all right. Now, there was also a set of work boots found, as you testified to, correct?
Yes.
You don't have any knowledge of whether there was a second set of work boots, whether someone borrowed a set of work boots. You have no knowledge of any other facts about why there would be a second set of boots that might be of interest to people.
Correct.
Now, officer, you have offered opinions on cross about blunt force trauma being the source of many stains in this case. Are you indicating, what if anything can you say about whether you're indicating that all of these areas of blood or bleeding were all administered by blunt force trauma as opposed to other weapons also being used as part of an attack?
I'm not going to rule out other weapons being used.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any question?
Yes, thank you. As far as the items that were recovered in the burn pit at Mr. Anderson's home, you have absolutely no way of telling when and where, or when those items were placed in the fire, correct?
Correct.
You have no way of telling who placed those items in the fire.
Correct.
And to Attorney Gravely's questions about you can't rule out what weapons were used or what weren't used, you also cannot determine what weapon was used, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Nothing unknown.
Thank you. Please step down. That's red.
We have both of these feelings for this break.
Is Sister Marcian's pointer up there too? Yes, it is. I don't want that to fall into the wrong hands.
Judge, I would move to admit exhibits 233 and 244, defense exhibits.
Is there objection?
Bleaching foods.
No objection.
Received.
So 233, 234.
You want to wait until we seal, or should we bring another witness up and let the officer seal it?
That sounds like a good idea.
Do it both simultaneously?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
The state will call Celia Patterson to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, So help you God. Please be seated.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell it?
Celia Teresa Patterson, Selia Patterson.
Mrs. Patterson, do you know someone by the name of Rosalio Gutierrez Jr.?
I do.
And who was Mr. Gutierrez Jr. to you?
He was my only child.
And when was Mr. Gutierrez born?
April 10th, 1980, here in Kenosha.
And growing up after the age of 2, were you a single parent?
I was a single parent from the age of, my son was 2 years old when his dad and I split up.
Being a single parent, did that make you and your son very close?
If I may refer to my son as Bocho.
Okay.
Bocho and I were very close. When he was
Judge, I'm going to
born,
object. I don't know how this is relevant.
Judge, if I may, one of
I'm going to ask the jury to step out for a second. This should just take a minute.
Pocho.
Now, let me just clarify. You're wearing a ribbon.
I am, sir.
What is it?
It was for my son's celebration of life.
Yeah, and
I'll remove it.
being the,
No, that's, I
we have a very
understand.
strict rule about that, so.
No problem, sir.
No, you can leave it on for the rest of the day, but in the future.
No, I'll remove it. That's okay.
God bless you. Now, there was an objection. What was your response?
So, Judge, this goes to whether or not Mr. Gutierrez is actually dead. The relation,
Okay.
so it's
Yeah,
completely relevant.
I think it's appropriate that she gives some historic and biographical information leading up to a very relevant point, and the state is required to prove is that the named person is indeed.
Two things. One is the way that they're doing it is a ploy to garner sympathy. Number one. Number two is that I understand the court's view that that's a relevant point, and they do have to prove that there was a death, but they're proving it through utter speculation. I mean, it really is.
Well, I haven't heard those questions yet. They could be, or they could not. They might not be. So we'll avoid that. It certainly is something that they could do without speculation, testimonial speculation, and keep it to the jurors' inferences, which they're allowed to draw. So I don't think there's any problem with what's come out so far, and I assume that it will be limited in duration. So,
And on that,
it's trying to get something from the jury. Look, if the incident occurs as the district attorney claims, they don't need to do anything more to get sympathy from people. especially mowing.
Fair point, but I was just referring to, if you remember the testimony earlier from one of Mr. Gutierrez's, the mother of his son, testifying at length about, how much they played baseball, how close they were, and all the phone calls with the son and all of that. And that was just unnecessary. And that's what I hear coming now with Ms. Patterson. That's sort of thing.
I have to say, I think we did have some discussion about the baseball. But again, the district attorney was relying on that to prove the death, and again, relying on inference and let's go ahead. The objection's over. And hold 1 second. Hold 1 second.
Pam, hold 1 second.
Hold 1 second. I notice now that there are 2 others, at least, that are wearing badges or ribbons. And perhaps Ms. Beasy can speak with them. We'll leave it for today, but in the future, no. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, thank you. And the objection's been overruled. Go ahead.
Mrs. Patterson, being a single mother, did that make you and your son incredibly close?
Yes, we were extremely close, my butcher and I. He was my life. We did everything together. My life evolved around my son. His needs, I did my best by him, and we were extremely close.
Go ahead.
What did your son like to do with his time? What was most important to him?
Growing up,
I'm sorry, I'm going to object again. This is absolutely not relevant.
Ordinarily, this type of evidence is excluded. Evidence which is likely to create special sympathy, and of course, in the eyes of the court here, the closeness of a mother to a child, or any other relationship, it's not something we consider. Every life is viewed exactly the same in the court, so that we don't have a hierarchy of the value of human life. So this type of evidence is not ordinarily permitted. I'm permitting it in this case to give you enough acquaintanceship, because there was already reference to it in the case earlier as to what the reaction was of the friends and family with Mr. Gutierrez, and so that
you can draw your own inferences as they arise from the testimony as to what that means if people who were close to him did not have contact with him, even for 2 or 3 days. That's the reason it's being allowed. So what the defense is concerned about is that you not become so sympathetic to this lady that that will affect your verdict. Any questions about that? Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Objections overruled.
Mrs. Patterson, what in May of 2020 was most important to Pocho?
His children, his communication. So, I mean, we had lengthy conversations, so we kept a very close contact with one another. Text, phone calls, video chats. He would always keep in communication with me. He would always respond to my phone calls. And if he couldn't, he'd say, "Can't talk now, Mom, I'll call later." He would text me.
Would you consider your son to be kind of a mama's boy?
My boy was definitely a mama's boy, and he made no qualms about it. He was very quick to say so himself when he was teased during high school that you're just mama's boy, and he would say so. He made there was no shame in it. His display of his affection for me, his mom, he would give me a hug no matter where he was or who was in front. He would kiss me. We were very, very, very close.
Now, in May of 2020, where were you living at that point?
In Elbert, Colorado.
And obviously your son lived in Kenosha?
Yes.
And did you maintain this close relationship even though you were quite a distance apart?
Yes, we did, but I traveled back to Kenosha often.
And as part of your son being a mama's boy, did you help him out with financial things?
I did.
And would that include actually traveling back in January of 2020 to bring him a vehicle?
Well, actually, he came in December. December the 18th, he flew into Colorado Springs, flew into Denver for my commencement on the 20th of December. He was going to make that celebration with me, my accomplishment. He was going to share that with us. And then in January, I traveled here to Colorado, and in February as well.
And in February of 2020, would that be the last time you saw your son in person?
That would be the last time I saw him. The purpose for that trip was to bring him that Ford truck that he had.
Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 54. Can you tell me what this top picture is?
Yes, that photograph was taken in Milwaukee, right outside La Quinta motel. He had dropped me off there because I was flying back to Denver on the following day. That's my son, Bocho, with the truck that myself and his dad bought for him so that he could go back and forth to work.
And approximately when was that picture taken?
That photograph was taken on, I believe, on the 3rd of February or the 2nd. It was on a Saturday, because I flew back on a Sunday, I believe.
And then these two photos on the bottom here, what are those?
That's me and my boy. We were at Pikes Peak he flew in to Denver for my commencement on the 18th. That photograph was taken on the 19th because I graduated on that Friday, the 20th. So we were at Pikes Peak. We were just hanging out. We had gone out for breakfast and enjoying the sights, killing time, enjoying each other's company.
Now, obviously, you're very familiar with your son. If you had to estimate, knowing him, having seen him as recently as February of 2020, what would you estimate his height and weight to be?
My boy had dropped a considerable amount of weight from when he first returned from Colorado. So I would put him at about 240, 245.
And approximately how tall would you say he is?
I say that he was 6'2", though his dad says he's 6'1".
Now, you just referenced his father. You obviously were a single parent for a long time. Did that change at some point?
It did. His dad came into our lives when he was 10 years old, and we would marry when my son was about 16 or 17 years old. I was a single parent all that time. It was just me and him.
And when you married, what is your husband's name?
Eugene Warren Patterson, Jr.
And when you married Mr. Patterson, did he also grow incredibly close to your son?
Yes, he did.
I didn't hear the last thing you said.
I'd like to object now, and I'd like to be heard at sidebar.
Um,
Or outside the presence of the jury.
Will the other person be testifying?
Will Mr. Patterson be testifying?
Yes.
No.
What is the inquiry premised upon here?
I guess I don't understand your question.
Where are you headed?
Just shoring up that he was also close to his stepfather and then moving on.
What's the relevance of that?
This is the situation. I mean, we have cases coming through here all the time. Sometimes there are people who are community figures whose lives are lost. Sometimes there are police officers. Sometimes there are people who have no friends and have got long criminal records, but they have something in common, and that is that the state is alleging that someone took their lives from them. And whether they're popular or have friends or money is totally irrelevant. Now, I've indicated to the jury what I believe the state is attempting to do here, which is permissible, but I don't think we need to go further down this avenue. Whether he was close to his stepfather or not, or his father or anybody else, is really not relevant, except as in terms of where we are now in this case, except as it bears on the fact of whether there was a homicide or not.
Right, so
the objection is sustained.
but just so I can be heard, part of the thing, I don't know if you've been told, obviously this is a bodiless homicide case, so we have to
I knew
prove
that.
he's actually gone. And so in laying the foundation for that, as well as all of the help, as well as all of those things, and then no one's heard from him, is incredibly
I
important.
think that everyone knows that. That's been talked about from the beginning by the district attorney. I'd be very surprised if the jurors aren't all fully aware of it. And I just mentioned it to them in the last 10 minutes, why we're permitting it. So I don't think that further
explanation on this issue is necessary.
I'll move on. Mrs. Patterson, you had indicated that you helped out your son financially. How did you go about doing that?
My son and I had a shared bank account with Chase, and
I'm going to object on relevance grounds here too. What on earth does the finances have to do with whether or not?
They could.
we had a shared bank account with Chase, and I knew when my son was struggling with his bills, we helped him with his rent. We actually paid for his lease for his apartment when he rented in May of 2018. My boy was an extremely hardworking man.
Okay, go ahead with your next.
I'm sorry, Judge, I didn't hear you.
Go ahead with your next question.
You indicated about helping with the rent when he first rented his place. Would that be the same apartment on 15th Street?
It is.
And were you actually with him when he picked out the different furnishings for that apartment?
We were together, yes.
So, Judge, this goes to what was in the apartment and what...
Give us a moment, will you? What difference does it make whether he had old furniture he had for many years, whether he went and got stuff at a secondhand store, or whether he went to John M. Smith or whoever to get new furniture?
So specifically, Judge, because she was with him when the furnishings were picked out,
Right.
She's familiar with the area rug, she's familiar with what it looked like, what should have been there, so she's going to be able to offer essentially the layout of the apartment and what was different, or in which she actually ends up doing her own walkthrough after the scene is released, being able to offer first-person, first-hand account of what that rug should have been, where it should have been, all of the different things, because she had spent a considerable amount of time in that apartment.
To the extent that that is helpful to the jury, and it doesn't involve her having been there when it was picked out. If you want to say I was familiar where his belongings were in the residence and what changes she observed when she was there, you may do so briefly, but I don't think we need to go back to when these things were purchased and take this woman through these memories that must be bittersweet and really are not going to help the jury that much. Any question?
No.
Thank you. All right.
Judge, before we do that, there is an issue that I do want to raise. The exhibit that's up on the Elmo right now, the defense hadn't been provided that exhibit previous, nor were we provided any information about when Ms. Patterson last saw her son in person, nor have we been provided any information about this furniture. So from the questions that have been asked by the state and the exhibits that's been introduced, it's evidently clear that there's information that the state has as it relates to this witness that was not disclosed to the defense. Now, the picture, non-instrumental. I can run with the picture as it's presented. The facts that Ms. Patterson are talking about, it's not going to make or break the case. But what it does show is that the state has information that they're using to direct a witness and question the witness and did not provide that to the defense, which is problematic on multiple grounds.
What do you want me to do?
Well, I want them to be ordered to disclose everything as it relates to Ms. Patterson to the defense. And two, I will be seeking a curative instruction that the state had information that it used to question witnesses on and that it did not provide it to the defense prior to this hearing.
Judge, our discovery obligation is to provide written
I don't want to get into
or
an
recorded
extended
statements.
discovery. No, we're done talking about discovery for now. I want to get the jury back in here. It's 18 minutes to the hour, and I'm sure they would like to get home. And this is important testimony, and I'm sure it is very painful for this lady to get it and then get sidetracked with all these lawyer arguments. So let's just get back to work. Go ahead, please, Ms. Kazari.
Mrs. Patterson, were you familiar with the layout and the furnishings in your son's apartment?
I was,
And why?
because I was with him when we furnished it.
In May of 2020, if you had to estimate, how often did you speak to your son at that point?
Quite often, at least 2-3 times a week.
And did you speak to your son via text messages on May 16th of 2020?
I did.
And were those the last conversations you had with him?
They were.
And I'm just going to show you State's Exhibit 55. Sorry. Mrs. Patterson, is that one of the last text pictures that your son sent you on May 16th of 2020?
It is.
And after that conversation where that picture was sent to you, have you heard from your son ever again?
My boy hasn't reached out to me. My boy is gone. No, he has not communicated with me in any shape. Text, email, phone call, FaceTime. I have not heard from my boy since I responded to this photograph.
How did you become aware that your son was missing?
I was called on the 19th of May, a little bit after 3:30, by Kayla Petty.
And just for the jury, who is Kayla Petty to you?
Kayla Petty is my granddaughter's mother.
And what did she share anything with you that caused you concern?
Objection calls for hearsay.
I'm not asking for the specifics, and it's also not for the truth of the matter asserted, it's for what she did next.
Well,
You know, that, as I said, that's a way that is typically used by lawyers. Well, I don't want to say typically, but often used by lawyers to bring in the Trojan horse of hearsay.
also not relevant.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant what her next action was, and frankly, the whole
fact of the phone call really is not instructive to the jury in terms of the fact finding that's involved. So, yeah, move on to something else, please.
After that phone call, what did you and your husband immediately do?
We traveled to Kenosha
And when did you arrive in Kenosha, if you recall?
on the 20th.
Now, we had talked a little bit earlier about a specific vehicle that you indicated you had driven to Kenosha for your son in January of 2020. Do you recall that?
Yes,
I'm showing you from State's Exhibit 1, photograph number 1. You can tell me what this is a photograph of.
that's the tail end of the Ford Explorer that I drove down for my son in February that we purchased for him.
And does it have Colorado license plates?
Yes,
And was this vehicle registered in Colorado by you and your husband?
the vehicle is registered to myself and my husband.
And at some point during this investigation, do you recall being shown a document that had a handwritten address on it?
Yes,
I'm going to show you what is on State's Exhibit 1, and it's going to be item number 323. Do you recall being shown this item?
I do.
And on the right-hand side of this item, do you see the name Eugene W. Patterson, Jr.?
I do.
And who is that?
His dad, my husband.
And then do you see the handwritten address?
I do.
And is that your son's address?
It is.
Is that your son's handwriting?
It is not.
When this document was first shown to you,
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt, but when you're saying
I
about
apologize.
the handwriting, there's two different, well, I don't want to say that. There may be two different types of handwriting on there.
Judge, valid point, I will clarify. When I'm talking about the specific handwriting I'm looking at here, it's the written out address. Is that your son's handwriting?
It is not.
Obviously, you've indicated Mr. Patterson is your husband. Is that his signature, though?
It is.
And when you were shown this document, did you immediately know what that handwritten address by somebody else was written on?
I do. I prepared it.
And what in general was the document that this was written on?
It was meant for my son to carry in the glove box for if he were to get stopped for some reason or another, it would be documentation that he was a valid operator of that vehicle with our permissions.
And is that because you have a different last name than him, so the registration wouldn't be under Gutierrez?
That is correct.
Objection was leading.
Oh, yeah, it was overruled.
Approaching with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 225. Can you tell me what that is?
Yes, I prepared this document so that my son would have it in his glove box authorizing him as the vehicle driver while he was here in Wisconsin. And both my husband and I signed the document. Not that one, of course.
And so when you saw your husband's signature on the bottom, you knew this to be the document that you were looking at with the handwritten address by somebody else.
That is correct.
And when you gave this document to your son for the purpose you indicated, where was it to be placed? Where was it placed by him?
And his Ford.
Objection. How on earth would this witness know that? And if she does, then she knows it through hearsay.
Why don't you rephrase your question?
You indicated that you had driven this truck from Colorado here.
That is correct.
And did you bring this document with you?
That is correct.
And did you have it placed somewhere specific for the purpose that you stated?
I placed it myself in a glove box for my son.
Judges, for the record, I move states 225 and 54 in evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
54.
Received.
You came into town on May 20th, is that accurate?
Yes,
And eventually was the crime scene of your son's residence released?
it was.
And when was that, if you recall?
Yes, I do.
And what day do you recall it being, the scene being released to you?
The scene was released on May 27th, but I did not enter it until the 28th of May.
And when you entered the residence, that's a residence obviously you've been to before, is that accurate?
That is correct.
And did you do a general walkthrough of the residence when you entered it?
I did.
And what specifically were you looking for in your walkthrough when you first went back into that residence?
Objection. I don't know how this is relevant either.
Judge, she makes some firsthand observations about.
Go ahead.
I did an audio video walkthrough of my son's apartment, and I noticed that the sofa leg was broken. I also noticed that the area rug that he had in his apartment right in front of his sofa was no longer there. Not to mention all the blood that I saw everywhere.
Now, Mrs. Patterson, you've been in the courtroom while other people have testified. Where in the living room was that rug that you indicated was no longer there?
It was supposed to be in front of his sofa.
Was it placed in the space that's been referred to as the void?
That is correct.
Leading judge.
Well, it is somewhat leading, although, again, the objection of the lady is for questions to induce an answer from a witness, and it would be my suspicion that that is less likely in this situation or in this evidentiary situation. So just as the last time, your objection is correct, but overruled.
Well, at least I'm correct.
Pardon me?
At least I'm correct.
I'm going to show you a picture number 225. For the jury, could you point out where on this picture this rug would have been if it were appropriately placed? Judge, could she have the pointer?
Judge, sorry.
She's talking while she's at the
Yeah,
board
she has a
and
microphone.
doesn't have a microphone, but she's outlined a rectangular area, generally a rectangular area. If you could.
Thank you. You also mentioned something about something being broken on the couch. What was broken on the couch that you noticed?
The leg of the sofa was broken.
Which leg of the sofa? Because it was kind of an L-shaped couch, if you know. Now, did it fall to you to clean out your son's apartment?
I'm sorry?
Did you take it upon yourself to clean out your son's apartment?
It was my job to do so. I didn't want anyone else to see what they had done to my son.
And was part of that cleaning out the kitchen area?
Yes, it was.
And was that one of the first tasks you tackled?
I decided to start in the kitchen, yes.
And why did you decide to start in the kitchen?
Well, because some days had gone by and I didn't want the apartment to start having an additional odor to it.
And ultimately, did you make your way to the refrigerator freezer area of the kitchen?
I did.
And what happened next when you were looking in those areas?
As I was removing some frozen items from the freezer, I reached to the back of the freezer and I noticed my son's cell phone, money clip, credit cards, driver's license.
And did you touch those items?
I did.
And at that point, did you have a glove on your hand?
I did not.
I'm going to show you what is on State's Exhibit 1, photograph number 298. If you could just tell the jury what they're looking at here.
That is my son's kitchen area.
And is on the left side there the freezer refrigerator you're talking about?
That is correct.
Right, I'm showing you picture number 299. Can you tell us what this is?
Yes, that's my son's freezer.
And if you wouldn't mind taking that pointer again, could you approach the screen and point out where you found what you found?
I think she needs a microphone.
Yeah, Judge, do we have a microphone for her?
Hello? I had just removed my glove because I had punctured it and I did not replace it. But I reached into my son's freezer and I was taking these out of the way when I noticed something here. And I reached back over here towards the very back of the freezer, towards the wall, the back wall unit, and his cell phone was there, along with his money clip. Credit cards were up here, but his phone, money clip, was stuffed all the way towards the back of the freezer.
And looking at picture number 300, is that a close-up of something?
Yes, this is a better angle of where I found Pocho's phone. It was right here. It was laying flat, if I recall, and money clip was on top of it. There was also his driver's license, and some other cards were up in this area.
And I'm showing you photograph number 301. Do you know what that is?
That's his debit card from Chase.
And is that the joint account you shared?
That is.
And then what are the rest of these items?
Here's his money clip, his Visa cards, and of course his Costco cards and his Home Depot and other belongings.
Now, were you familiar with, obviously, where your son banked?
I was.
And did it appear to you, knowing him, that any of those cards were missing?
No, I didn't think anything was missing. Everything, all his identifying cards and driver's license was all in the freezer.
You can grab a seat, Mrs. Patterson. You had previously testified that you and your son shared a bank account. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
And were you able to pull, since you also are on the bank account, financial records for that account?
I was.
I'm just going to show you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 37. Can you tell me what that document is?
It's a statement from Chase Bank.
And is that something you requested from Chase Bank yourself?
I did, yes.
And in looking at that document, after May 17th of 2020, with your knowledge of that account, did your son ever make an affirmative purchase from that account after May 17th of 2020?
His last purchase shows here was at Dick's on the 18th of May.
Is that when it posted, the 18th of May?
Yes.
And was the purchase actually on the 16th of May?
It says here that he made the purchase on the 16th, but it went through on the 18th, yes.
And ultimately, did you end up closing that account at some point?
Yes, I did.
And prior to closing that account, did your son ever make any purchases or withdrawals after May 17th of 2020?
He has not.
May 17th of 2020, what kind of events has your son missed?
He has missed.
I'm going to object on the same grounds as we talked about earlier.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Prior to May 17th of 2020, would your son have missed your birthday?
No, I would have gotten at least a call.
So I'm going to object this. She just backdoored the exact same thing you just sustained.
Kind of sounds that way.
Yeah.
Oh, but Judge, this
No,
was...
no, we're done.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examine.
I don't know if we want to start this, Judge. This is going to be lengthy. You want to rank for the night?
It's up to the court.
That part I know. Well, there are a lot of considerations. The jury is one. This lady, I'm sure this is a difficult experience, and whether to break it in two, I don't know. I think when you say lengthy,
Oh, it won't be that lengthy. I think the record we need to make about certain things as it pertains to this witness would be more, would take up more time, but we don't need to do that with the witness on the stand. I could anticipate this getting done in 20, 25 minutes, depending on...
we're going to break for the day.
Okay.
Okay, folks, please don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Discuss the case with anyone, even family members, other jurors. And any questions, anybody? Thank you and have a great day. Stay healthy, everybody.